Lordy and their 18 raiders are about to get flattened by dinosaur content.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Paleontologizing. It's great to have you here today, and we've got a fun topic to discuss. So you picked a great day to tune in. It is decidedly contrasted with the cold open video that you just saw. Today, in honor of World Vegetarian Day, which I guess was yesterday. Nevertheless, we're going to be discussing vegetarian dinosaurs, herbivorous dinosaurs, today. Most dinosaurs were herbivorous. We're going to talk about what that means, what they were eating, how that allowed them to get so tremendously large. The largest creatures to have ever walked our planet were plant-eating dinosaurs. We're going to be talking about all that stuff today. But before we do that, where are my manners? Let me introduce myself real quick. If we've got anybody new watching, then an extra special welcome to you. Welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. You probably know already that a paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular. I study dinosaurs. I publish scientific papers on them. I talk about dinosaurs 5 days a week here on Twitch. This is actually how I make my living nowadays. And during the summers, I dig up dinosaurs. This past summer, in June and July and August, I was digging in Wyoming and later in Utah. We were live streaming some dinosaur digs, dug up at least 3 new species of dinosaur, and broadcast it live via satellite. Check out the YouTube page if you want to see some of those recordings. Anyway, it's good to have you here, everybody. Icicle Thief says, love the plant editions. Thank you. I figured it would be appropriate for today, talking about plant-eating dinosaurs and the importance of plants in the evolution of dinosaurs. Dinosaurs and plants kind of co-evolved. They influenced the evolution of one another throughout the age of dinosaurs. Who was the more influential of the pair, I guess, is up for debate, but we can talk about that today. Anyway, it is, or was, World Vegetarian Day. Let's talk about vegetarian dinosaurs. But before we do that, let me scroll through chat. We'll say hello to everybody, and then we'll get this thing kicked off. Looks like Thalo is first today. Thalo, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Before we even started, Kodali, what's shaking with you? Good to see you too. Welcome, welcome. Then Duck Admirer. How you doing, Duck Admirer? Welcome, welcome. Lordy rated right after that. Lordy, are you still here? Is anybody still here from Lordy's stream? Welcome back. I hope it was a wonderful stream. Lordy, thank you for bringing your viewers here. I really appreciate it. Let's get a shout out, another shout out for Lordy if we don't have that yet. And, yeah. If you're not yet following Lordy, you're missing out. I'll just tell you that.
Dinosaurs were the sort of creatures you might think of as inhabiting another planet.
Sure.
Or the kind you dream of in a bad nightmare.
Or a really good dream.
Hello everyone.
Ironheart, 39 months. Holy cow. I, really appreciate that. There's our soundboard. Forgot I'd muted it. Thank you again, Ironheart, for keeping me online for the past 39 months. Holy cow, it is great to have you here. Thank you for such loyal support. That's pretty incredible. One of our founding subscribers there is Ironheart50. Been with us since almost the very beginning. Just like Ios and Lordy. Well, who else have we got here? Let me scroll back up and continue our little stroll through the chat. Smorphosaurus, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Ios, how are you doing? It's great to see you too. Hope you're having a great day, Ios. Hope your Monday is going well. Lordy, thank you for your early raid again. I appreciate that. Ghostly Ghoul, hello, hello to you. It is your month, Ghostly Ghoul. Happy October to you. Yeah. Who else have we got? Trek Nerd. Howdy, howdy, Trek Nerd. Let the record show that I was here. You are here, Trek Nerd. The what? I'm sorry. Again? The who? The what? I didn't catch that. One more time? Could you spell it out for me? Oh, man, I missed it, chat. You know, I wish that they would repeat it just a few more times, but no. Paper Cuts, thank you for the 12 months of support. I really appreciate that, Paper Cuts. Howdy, howdy. Thanks for keeping me here online for the past 12 months. That's almost a whole year, isn't it? 12 months of primes there, Paper Cuts. Appreciate you. Orchestran, howdy, howdy. Gigantor, Trappy Jenkins, Transit Biker. How are you all doing? Dinosaur Dave. How are you doing, Dinosaur Dave? Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Watched the Nova video from 1977. Yeah, right? Trek Nerd? Yeah. That's before Bacher had something of a metamorphosis, it seems. Lugnudo, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Hope you had a good stream earlier. And Nosed Away, how are you doing, Nosed Away? I'm glad you found your way here. It's good to have you. Baja Smancer, hello, hello. Bald Squirrel, I hope you're having a good day so far. Neilf, hope your week is off to a good start also. Let's see, scrolling. Chat keeps trying to jump around. I keep trying to hold the bar in place in order to be able to catch everybody. Tea Time Cat, hello, Tea Time Cat. A Truckhorn, what's shaking with you, Truckhorn? Thank you for being here. Appreciate you. And SB says the dinosaurs saved the hobbits. Yeah, for their babies.
The infant. The adult.
Ontogeny. Dinosaur Dave.
That's almost a century in dog years.
I suppose it is, Dinosaur Dave. Do you measure time in dog years frequently? It's good to have you here. Thank you again for everything you do, Dinosaur Dave. I appreciate you tremendously. We're gonna have a good stream today. I'm glad you're here. Otter Do It. Hello to you. Welcome. Dr. Irrefutable, Shuntley, Give Them Nell, Daily Cafecito.
Ontogeny.
Icicle Thief, Scary Printer Sounds, Araya Thalia, Fotis Mint. He threw 3 free throws as she sold seashells by the seashore. How many of those 3 free throws did he freely throw, and how many actually went in? Anakin Gabriel, how are you doing? Welcome. Yeah. And, oh, isn't it nice to have gig speed internet there, Orchestran? Oh, man, it's wonderful. Nauo says, did plant-eating dinosaurs eat plants exclusively, or also bugs, worms, and stuff like that, too? We'll be talking about that, Nauo. That is a great question. I'm glad you asked it. Yeah. Nuclear Cowboy, how are you doing? Welcome. It's funny, since there's a K in your name, it almost makes me want to say it with, like, a Russian accent. Nuclear Cowboy. Nuclear Cowboy, thank you for make appearance in chat. Fat Man Bully, how are you doing? Welcome. Delinked Up, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Hold It Now, hello to you too. Welcome. We've got so many cool people here. This is wonderful. Yeah. And vegan dino date. Well, we'll talk about that. Hold It Now. Maybe those dinosaurs weren't vegan, at least not strictly vegan, but yeah, we'll talk about that. Yeah. And Araya Thalia says, I mean, horses eat birds, so, you know, sometimes turnabout is fair play. Birds also eat horses, and, like we'll be talking about later in the month, yeah. There we are. Yeah, birds used to eat horses. Used to swallow them whole on occasion. Nowadays, when birds eat horses, it's usually piece by piece. But, yeah, we'll be talking about terror birds, I think, later on in the month. I still have to put that on the calendar. Speaking of the calendar, we've got a brand new schedule for the month of October. Luckily, I put that together before the month actually started. At least by a couple hours. Here is the Paleontologizing stream schedule for October 2023. Yeah, as you can see, we're talking about herbivorous dinosaurs today. tomorrow we're going to talk about dinosaurs on buildings for World Architecture Day. We'll see how much content there actually is there. Probably do a lot of Q&A that day. We're talking about Lesotho's dinosaurs, like Lesothosaurus, on Lesotho's Independence Day. On Wednesday, Thursday, provided everything works out, we're going to have a special guest appear on stream for an interview. Remember I've talked about many times, doing more interviews with other scientists on this channel? We are going to be interviewing one of Twitch's best-known scientists, Balint from Science Streams. That's happening on Thursday, so don't miss it. It's going to be a ton of fun. And then we'll do Who Wants to Be a Millionaire on Friday. National Fossil Day is Wednesday the 11th. Probably talk about Spanish dinosaurs on Spain's National Day, Thursday the 12th. International Skeptics Day, International Sawfish Day, Freshwater Dolphin Day. And then as Halloween approaches, we're going to have some special Halloween streams. We're going to talk all about skulls on Wednesday the 25th. Thursday, Birds Day, the 26th. Let's talk about terror birds on this day. And it's not letting me... I tell you, Google Sheets is a little buggy sometimes. There we go. Let's edit that. Terror birds for Thursday, Birds Day. Yeah. And then we'll have a Halloween stream on the 31st. I will not be streaming from the 19th through the 23rd. Can anybody take a guess why I will not be streaming between the 19th and the 23rd? We talked about it a bit. Anybody got any ideas? Oughta Do It says, I'll see you there. See me where, Oughta Do It? Not SVP, Dinosaur Dave, unfortunately. Turns out SVP is the same day as, yes, Nuclear Cowboy. TwitchCon. Oh, Dinosaur Dave, you knew. Yeah. Balint and I are going to talk about this on stream again, a bit more on Thursday. But, yeah. I'm going to be helping lead a special discussion panel of scientists and science communicators live at TwitchCon. It is going to be a ton of fun. This is like an official Twitch event. We've got official sanction. This is, oh man, it's going to be great. So yeah. Yeah. And if anybody's going to TwitchCon, maybe I can meet you there. Yeah. Taking time off for ontogeny, Brandington. Yeah, and traveling to, Las Vegas. Yeah. It's gonna be great. And yeah, Volcano Doc is on the panel. We've got Volcano Doc right there. We've got Science Streams. We've got this jabroni. We've got Nicotine as our panel moderator and question asker. Nerduino. And Moo Hoodles. We're all going to be there. It's going to be great. I hope you're as excited for this as I am. And I will give you some information on where to watch this live if you can't attend in person. I'll be tweeting out some information about this. I'll try to put it on all my social medias. It's going to be good. Yeah. So yeah, anywho. Good stuff. So that's the calendar. And
let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
J Patchy, thank you. Is it JP Achi? J Paki? J Patchy? Let me know if you have a preference for how I should pronounce your name, but thank you for that prime. I appreciate it. Thank you for helping me stay here online through your financial support. I know that doesn't necessarily cost you anything, gifting a Prime sub like that. Gifting a Prime sub? Using your Prime sub on this channel. But it means a lot to me, and that keeps me going on here, so thank you for that. So yeah. J. Patchy? Okay. Last option. I think that was the last one I said. Yeah. Anyway. Very cool. Very cool. Volcano Dock even. There you go, Orchestra. Let's see what happened there. Nice. Anyway, we've got the new calendar. Let me show you what's on the 3D printer now, too, before we get into our vegetarian dinosaurs. This might not look like much of anything right now, but this, ladies and gentlemen and NBs and everybody else, is a coelacanth segment. Now, we've been talking about coelacanths a lot. And can I book next Monday as a Lego day? Dinosaur Dave? You know what? Let's do it if we don't have that on the schedule yet. Hang on a minute. Let's do that there. Yes. Lego Dinosaur Build Day. Let's capitalize that B and that D. Yeah, that'll be good. Is there a brick emote? Let's see. Emote. Emoji, I mean. There is. Lovely. Okay, it's on the schedule. Thank you for advocating for yourself there, Dinosaur Dave. Dinosaur Dave, everybody, had sent me some custom-designed plans and Legos for me to be able to build some Lego dinosaurs, including one of my very own dinosaurs, Trurarchunkus, one of these dinosaurs that I'm actually an author on the paper on. Denver Fowler was first author on that paper, the last of the Alvarezsaurs, Trurarchunkus. The animal's name means Captain Hook. It's a pretty cool little dinosaur. Anyway, yeah, only a year or so ago, lol. I know, Dinosaur Dave. Yeah, well, we're gonna do it. We're gonna take care of that. Yeah. Crunchy Koala says, is the coelacanth still with us? You bet it is. And I'm going to show you, let's see if I can find a brief little video about this amazing critter. The coelacanth. Coelacanth.
Meant for market.
Rip. There we go.
Meant for market.
No, stop it. No thanks. Ignore that, everyone. There we go. The coelacanth. One of the
east coast of South Africa,
coolest living creatures on our planet today.
Divers search for a creature that existed before the time of the dinosaurs.
Oh, yeah.
A living fossil.
350, 400 million years old.
Some call it the ghost fish, king of the sea. Others,
Yeah.
monster of the deep.
On a moonless but fairly bright night, you can actually see those eyes glowing.
For over half a century, the search has persisted.
There have been divers who've died trying to find these fish.
Jeez.
Those who come in contact with it are changed forever.
If I had a pet coelacanth, what would I name it? Celia.
Neck and going down your spine.
Right, Dolly. Sure, I don't know.
A creature that offers tantalizing clues.
I wouldn't want a
to
pet
the evolution
coelacanth.
of all life on Earth, including us.
I did see one alive, and I never got over that.
Yeah.
Thought to have been extinct for over 50 million years.
Pretty awesome.
Ancient creature of the deep. Up next on Nova.
Yeah, pretty cool. The coelacanth. J. Patchy says, this emote makes me happy. I love cassowary. I used to work with emus in my free time as a volunteer at a local zoo. They were the absolute sweetest. I'd rather not ever encounter a cassowary, though. Scary creatures. The funny thing is, cassowary and emus are actually, they're sister taxa. They're each other's closest living relatives today. Yeah. Yeah. but they can be pretty different in terms of temperament, despite being close relatives. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, and who calls it the ghost fish? You know, I'm not really sure there. Jay Patchy? Oh, no, sorry. Dinosaur Dave? I know I have heard it called King of the Sea, though. There is, I believe in Indonesia, that's actually the local name for that fish. Local fishermen have known about it for centuries. And it's like Raj Basa or something like that. It means like King of the Sea. Anyway. Yeah. I am, printing up a coelacanth right now. And Josh and the Fox, thank you. Both Josh and the Fox, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's cool that you share a Twitch account there. 2 follows would have been nice, but 1 is good too. Thank you, Josh and the Fox. Appreciate you. Welcome. I'm printing a coelacanth right now. This is just part of it. It's really hard to see what it looks like from this angle. But it's gonna look like this when completed. Check that out. Here is a portion of it which has finished printing. It's from the dorsal fin on top. This one up here. I'm printing it significantly larger than you see here, by the way. Yeah. So this just finished printing early this morning. This is what we assembled last week. Holy cow, this is going to be a big critter. I am very excited about this. If you can't tell. It's gonna be lovely. And then I've got more pieces over here that are already done too. There we go. This one finished shortly before stream started. This is the base of the tail right here. With the anal fin, I believe? Which is that one right there. It's under this. The second dorsal fin is on top. The anal fin is underneath. And don't... Let's be mature, chat. That's the name of the fin. Don't get your mind out of the gutter. Anyway. Yeah. And then I've got one of the fin lobes right here, too, for one of the pectoral fins. Yeah. And that is going to go on right here, like that. I had to cut this up into multiple pieces before printing because it is way too big for my 3D printer to print all at once. But since we wanted a big coelacanth, well, you gotta get creative. And, that's what we did here. Nice. Yeah, anyway. And none of us were saying anything, Danny. I know, thank you for not saying anything. It's the name of the fin, chat, says Iacane. Iacane, how are you doing? Welcome. It's good to see you here. I hope your cross-country move went well. Hope you'll be able to stream again soon. I haven't caught you at all lately. If you have streamed. Good to see you, Iacane. Can't wait to see you at TwitchCon, too. Anyway, our coelacanth continues the pace. I've got maybe another week's worth of printing for it, and then it is gonna be finito. Glue it together, smooth it over, fill in the cracks, paint it. It's gonna be wonderful. And then on December 23rd, we're gonna have a very special coelacanth stream to commemorate a special event. There we go.
Missing link in evolution from fish to land.
Look at that fleshy fin.
Were long considered extinct, known to science only through ancient fossils that displayed these curious limb-like fins. But one fateful day in 1938, everything changed.
Hello, welcome. Welcome to Six Lakes Street.
Marjorie Courtney Latimer was then the 31-year-old curator of a small natural history museum in East London, South Africa.
Come, welcome in.
She remembers well how her life was turned upside down by the mysterious coelacanth.
Yeah.
Nobody ever knew the difficulties and the trauma that I went through. I went through absolute trauma saving that fish.
And salute to her for doing so. Holy cow.
Nobody wanted to know. I'd say even my family in the end began to think I was cuckoo. I suppose I was very cuckoo.
Oh, Ken is here too. How you doing, Ken? Welcome, welcome. I missed you.
1938, a fishing trawler steamed into the East London harbor.
Fulfill that hydrate there. Thank you.
On the deck was a pile of sea life dredged up after a freak storm. But these fish were not all meant for market.
It was a pile of sponges and starfish and rat-tailed fish, and you name it, they were there.
When putting together new exhibits at the museum, Marjorie often obtained samples from local fishermen.
And from underneath this crowd, there was this one fin sticking out, this blue fin. And I thought, what on earth could this be? Then I moved all the fish. There was this beautiful, beautiful fish. Iridescent colors all over the fish. It was solid. It was just on 5 foot long. Rough scales.
This critter turned out to be something completely new. A coelacanth. Anyway, we're going to be talking all about that in December. On the 23rd of December, the anniversary of Marjorie Courtney Latimer's discovery. Pretty cool. I don't think the fin was waving, Charlie's Dragon, unless you mean metaphorically. Yeah. Completely new and completely old. There you go, Gimpleg. Yeah. Yeah. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. And Kennedy says one of the reasons that scientific names are important because what some people call a... Whoop. Where did that go? Oh, what I call a porgy, someone else will call a scup. Yeah. Well, this creature, the Comoran coelacanth, or the East African coelacanth, or there's various other names for it. West Indian coelacanth, sometimes people call it. There's all kinds of common names for it. The local people of the Comoros Islands actually called it gombessa. That's their local name for this animal. They knew about it for centuries. Didn't realize how special it was. Anyway, the scientific name for it, the one that people all over the world use, the international name for this creature, which is enshrined in the scientific literature, is Latimeria columnae. It's named after the Columna, or is it Chalumna River in East Africa. The mouth of which river this critter was found near. It was first dredged up, trawled up by a fishing vessel. Anywho, and J. Patchy, I've got a bunch of different favorite dinosaurs, and you'll learn about those as you continue to watch. There were some of them in a command there. But you like the Belgian iguanodon, Iguanodon bernisartensis? J. Patchy? Hang on a second. I got something to show you. 3D print. So, Iguanodon bernisartensis is a big animal, and people often don't realize how big this critter was. It's here. Iguanodon bernisartensis. It's a big one. It's an excellent rendering there by Gabriel Agueto, one of the working paleo artists whom I most admire. This right here is the hand of Iguanodon bernisartensis. It is pretty hefty. That's a big animal. We 3D printed this a good while ago. Pretty cool, right? Yeah. It like barely fits in the frame. Check out this big thumb spike right here, probably used for self-defense. Just for maybe shivving meat-eating dinosaurs, which were trying to hassle it, trying to make a meal of it. You're like, ugh, no. In life, this would have been covered by a layer of keratin, same material like your fingernails. It would have been significantly longer and sharper right here. A pretty formidable weapon. Yeah, pretty neat, right? It's a cool critter. Iguanodon bernisartensis. A lot beefier than the English iguanodon. Iguanodon atrophieldensis or Mantellosaurus or Dolodon, whatever it gets called nowadays. Yeah. Get an Iguanodon to reach the top shelf for you. There you go, Charlie's Dragon. It might actually knock down the shelf, though. In which case, problem solved. Everything's on the ground. That's thinking harder, not smarter. Yeah. Anyway. Iguanodon is, of course, a plant-eating dinosaur. And, we're talking about plant-eating dinosaurs today. But maybe before we get to that, we'll watch the trailer for that movie that multiple people in chat have suggested we watch. I already saw it today via Twitter. But, 3 years ago? No, this should be a new one. Huh? Recently uploaded. And that's not on YouTube yet. Hang on a minute. Yeah. There we go. And let's see. Oh, and there's the trailer there. Thank you, Ken. Is this the old one or the new one? This is the old one. Here, we're going to watch the new one right now. Here we go.
I think people love dinosaurs because they are big.
And let's turn the volume up on that, shall we? And it's funny, Scott Sampson here basically echoes what Jack Horner says about dinosaurs. Like, why are kids so obsessed with dinosaurs? Why do kids love dinosaurs? Because they're big, they're fierce, and they're extinct. Scott Sampson was one of Jack's students for a while. Maybe he picked that up from him then, maybe unconsciously.
They're bizarre, and they're extinct.
People are definitely fascinated by what they would have looked like, what they would have eaten, how they would have interacted with each other.
Dinosaurs are magical, mystical, amazing creatures.
That rendering of Spinosaurus here. This was not an underwater dinosaur. This depiction of it, I think, is completely wrong. But anyway, I need to get the paper published.
Amazing creatures.
There were giant animals like dragons.
Sounds like Phil Tippett.
Lived before mankind.
Yeah.
They walked in
Cool
many of
guy.
the same places where we walk today.
But are they really extinct? Dinosaurs are not extinct. That's the thing, Dex Phantom Hawk. Yeah, birds are living dinosaurs.
At the same time, there's so much we don't know about them.
You just start to wonder, if these things existed, what else was alive millions of years ago?
Dinosaurs are just kind of everywhere. They're in kids' toys, murals, tattoos.
My name is Tony Compagna, and I am a dino addict.
Jurassic Park is the iconic...
Oh, that's Charles Marshall. I know that voice. Yeah, Charles Marshall is director of the University of California Museum of Paleontology. I'll probably see him this week at the museum. In fact, I'll almost certainly see him there at the museum. Charles is a good guy.
Of dinosaurs.
It captured the imagination of the audience in a way that hadn't been done before.
They really changed the public perception of dinosaurs, and that has hugely benefited paleontology.
When I find a dinosaur, it's a pretty incredible feeling. It's a huge adrenaline rush.
This bone right here was laying right on the edge of a cliff.
We found this place
calling me.
where
Hang on.
literally.
Sorry, chat.
You can walk without stepping on eggshells and chunks of eggs.
You're the first person to actually see that bone. It's just a thrill beyond any other.
New data and new interpretations give us new ways of seeing things, better ways of understanding.
Molecular paleontology is a young...
There's Alita! Holy cow! I didn't actually get this far into the trailer. Yeah. I know Alita from a long time ago. She was at Montana State at Museum of the Rockies at the same time that I was. Alita is, she's kind of on the cutting edge of a semi-new field of paleontology. That's really cool to see her appear in this. Yeah.
Young science, but it's really going to take over paleontology.
CT scanning is providing us this amazing glimpse into
Kirsten
dinosaur
Formoso?
fossils that we've never really
I think
had
she helped out with
Paleontology is always the first science
Prehistoric
any
Planet,
kid
didn't she?
is
The
exposed
Mosasaurs?
to. They might not go into paleontology. They could go into health sciences or engineering or anything else.
The study of paleontology and dinosaurs
May
in
O'Connor.
particular is extremely relevant to the issues, the crises that we are facing as a society.
There's something about dinosaurs that is humbling for us. We are part of this massive...
Not humbling enough, apparently, to portray them accurately in the Jurassic World movies, but whatever.
ecosystem, a family of living things.
Dinosaurs are the ultimate symbol of prehistoric life. They allow us to understand that life on Earth is temporary.
How can you dominate the world so completely
Bill Curry.
and then lose it? And what does that say about our own success?
Yeah. Cool. Yeah. This'll be neat. This'll be neat. Good stuff. I'm looking forward to that. I wonder how it will be viewable. Maybe it'll actually say... You know, I don't actually know... Let's go to the website, I guess. Mm-hmm. About... Yeah... Where... There we go. And hang on a minute. Did I see him the other week at UCMP? He looks familiar. Yeah, he's currently a sophomore and interning at the UC Museum of Paleontology. Yeah, shoot. I think I saw this kid last week. Or the week before. Yeah. That's funny. It's cool that he's got like a filmmaker dad who... is really encouraging his interest like this. This is really neat. Yeah. Anyway. Where can we actually see it? Set to premiere in Hollywood. I guess they're maybe going to look for distribution. Available for purchase or streaming in early 2024. Okay, cool. Very cool. Neat stuff. Yeah. The paleontology world isn't that big, it seems, especially not for dinosaur paleontology. Yeah.
We alone are the only species to comprehend and appreciate the great dinosaurs.
Amelia Bedelia, thank you for the 19 months of support. Holy cow. Do I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Thanks for keeping me online for that long. Anyway, yeah. Oh, and is that the lady that tried to extract DNA? Oh, Alida Bayul? Yes. I think her laboratory was working on that on such dinosaurs as like Caudipteryx and maybe Sinocalliopteryx, little theropods from the early Cretaceous of China. And they didn't get any DNA, but they had a lot of other cool insights. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway. What do you say we get into our scheduled topic for the day? Talking about vegetarian dinosaurs for World Vegetarian Day. So, got a few videos to look through here. Thank you, Smorphosaurus, for gifting Crunchy Koala. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Look, we are already sneaking up toward making a first tentative approach toward our sub-goal for the week. Let's see if we can get 150 by the end of this week. That'll help me continue to run things and maybe continue to modify the lighting setup here. I'd like to make continuous improvements to the stream. See the green lights for today? Good stuff. Anyway. Plant-eating dinosaurs were the majority of Mesozoic dinosaurs. Not just in terms of raw numbers, but also like individual animals, but also number of species, their impact upon the environment. And there is not a single major group of dinosaurs that did not evolve herbivory at some point. Every major group of dinosaurs evolved to eat plants. In the sense that the only meat-eating dinosaurs, the only ones that actually specifically evolved to eat meat at least, were the theropods. That's only one group of dinosaurs. And even major theropod groups evolved to eat plants. Let's talk about that before we get into our video. This is kind of an outdated illustration here, but I bring it up because it's beautiful and it helps illustrate our point. So, these are different dinosaurs. This is a wonderful old illustration by Mark Hallett. So these are your major groups of dinosaurs here. Theropods, sauropodomorphs, thyreophorans, marginocephalians, here they're just ceratopsians, and ornithopods. Pachycephalosaurus should actually be in here. But, anyway. Every one of these groups of dinosaurs evolved to eat plants. And what do I mean by that? Well, these guys here, the sauropodomorphs, exclusively plant eaters, or at least that's how we think of them. Some of them may have occasionally eaten meat, but these guys, by and large, almost exclusively, were plant eaters. Stegosaurs, exclusively plant eaters. Ankylosaurs, exclusively plant eaters. Ornithopods, pretty much exclusively plant eaters. Ceratopsians, exclusively plant eaters. Any one of these dinosaurs may have occasionally partaken in some meat every once in a while, but these evolved to be plant-eating dinosaurs. Theropods are mostly meat-eaters, at least in the sense that when we think of theropods, we think of them being meat-eaters, but several of these groups actually evolved later on to eat plants, like the ornithomimids, we think. And Segnosaurus here, this is a weird one. We actually didn't know what to make of Segnosaurus that early on, back in the 80s, but nowadays that's a therizinosaur, and therizinosaurs are a group of theropods that evolved to eat plants. So every one of these major groups of dinosaurs is either exclusively vegetarian, or they had members of the group that went vegetarian over millions of years. They evolved to digest plants, to adopt an herbivorous diet. So herbivory is something that is extraordinarily important if you really want to understand the biology of dinosaurs. If you want to understand their feeding ecology, as a group, You gotta understand herbivory. Let's see. And, Hello World says, what caused some of them to change their diet to meat? None of them did, Hello World. That's the point that I want to get across. I can't think of a single group of dinosaurs that changed their diet to carnivory.
But we bit off more than we could chew.
And Mia Miyakota, thank you.
Miyakota and their 5 raiders should have taken a smaller bite.
I like how TTS says Maya Miyakota. It's mixing phenomes there. Maya Miyakota? Mia Miyakota? I say Mia Miyakota. Welcome back, Mia Miyakota. It's good to have you here. Thank you for the raid. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. How you doing? Tell me how your stream went. Doing something called... Paleopines. How was that? Hope it was fun. Yeah. And Mia Miyakota... That is correct. Okay, good, Mia Miyakota. I will continue to pronounce it that way. Yeah. Anyway. The first dinosaurs to ever evolve, as far as we can tell, were all meat-eaters. Dietary change in dinosaurs seems to be kind of a one-way transition. The very first dinosaurs were meat-eaters. Critters like Eoraptor, which nowadays is often considered to be an early sauropodomorph, but these guys were meat-eaters. Little Eoraptor here. There's a lovely Eoraptor illustration from a very talented artist. This is a meat-eating animal. Look at those sharp teeth right there. It's not very big. Here's an Eoraptor skull right here. This is my 3D print of an Eoraptor skull. And, it's not a big critter at all. All of the very first dinosaurs ate meat, it seems. So dinosaurs at their most basic, at their most basal, were meat eaters. The ancestral dinosaur, the dinosaur that gave rise to all other dinosaurs, was a meat eater. As far as we can tell. And yet, all of these major dinosaur groups evolved to eat plants. Only the theropods, the two-legged meat-eating dinosaurs, stayed as meat eaters, and many of them didn't stay as meat eaters. Many of them later evolved to eat plants too. Interesting stuff to think about. Yeah. And did we have omnivores? It's a good question, Cephalon Wolf. Omnivory is kind of hard to demonstrate. And we'll be talking about the kind of the blurry line between herbivory, omnivory, and carnivory. But as we do that, let's yeah. Oh, and we will get into that too. Thank you, Ken, for reposting that question from Gamers Tavern Show. We'll be talking also about the different plants that were around for plant-eating dinosaurs to eat. I've got a couple of videos in the queue all lined up for that. So in good time, we'll get to it. But you're right, there were no grasses yet. That is correct. What kind of plants were there around for plant-eating dinosaurs to eat? We'll get to it. Here's an old episode of this lovely old show called Paleo World. The UK version was the only one I could find on YouTube, so we'll take a look at this. It's a little off-putting to me that completely different accent and different title. But this is fun. It's a little goofy. I think you're going to like it.
Millions of years after the last dinosaurs passed into history, their fossils have helped us create a vivid portrait of what they looked like.
Yeah.
Now, paleontologists are developing some surprising and extremely unusual new ways of finding out about the lifestyles of these remarkable creatures.
Like I said, it's going to be a little goofy. Yeah. This theme music still gets me right here from when I was a kid. This is the highlight of my television viewing as a child. called it Paleo World here in the States, though. Yeah.
It's often been said, you are what you eat. Back in the days of bobby socks and varsity sweaters, the local diner was more than just a restaurant. It was a way of life.
Did they have varsity sweaters in the UK? I can imagine the the narrator going, "What in the world is this? I have no idea what that is." Varsity sweaters. Anyway. Yeah. Any UK viewers care to chime in? You even know what that is? A varsity sweater? No, we didn't, says Orchestran.
Said, you are what you eat. Back in the days of bobby socks and varsity sweaters.
I doubt she even knows what that is. A varsity sweater. Well, it's a varsity jacket here in the States. I never wore one because it cost extra money to buy, and I didn't have that kind of money in high school. Yeah. You know, like this. It says, "Hey, I'm on the varsity sports team." I was on like 6 different varsity sports teams in high school. I never had a varsity jacket because I didn't care about this kind of thing, and I didn't have the money for it anyway. But we don't call them varsity sweaters, says Alex Vixen. Weird. Yeah. Anyway, it's not a bomber jacket. It's like a special sports thing. If you're on a sports team in high school, you know, it's kind of associated with the 1950s in particular here in the States. But, you know, it's like this. You got a varsity letter on it. Anyway, if you're on like the elite sports team, the varsity sports team, then you get one of these. Anyway, doesn't matter. Let's get back to this.
You are what you eat. Back in the days of bobby socks and varsity sweaters, the local diner was more than just a restaurant. It was a way of life.
Yeah, really?
These
I don't
days,
know. Might be
Paleontologists
overstating
believe
things.
that when dinosaurs stepped out for a bite to eat, they told us all about themselves as well. It's a story mirror.
And Dex Phantom says sports aren't such a huge deal in UK colleges. I'm not talking about college. I'm talking about high school. Which you might have a different name for that in the UK. It's high school in the US is between about the ages of 18 or 18 at the upper limit and what, like 13, 14 lower limit? Yeah. Letterman jackets, yeah, size, yeah.
In the day-to-day operations of a place like the Dino Diner. Like us, Dinosaurs.
UK college is 16 to 18, then university later, I believe. Nursery, primary, academy. You know, 2 nations divided by a common language. Who was it who said that? I think we're experiencing that right now. Anyway, let's get back to the topic at hand. Oh, and Nightshade's Glow. Thank you for those 4 months of support. Thanks for occupying this stream and supporting it for the past 4 months with those Prime subs, Nightshades. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you.
Dinosaurs had very definite eating habits, from strict vegetarians to meat eaters. And like any huge machine, they needed enormous amounts of fuel. In fact, all the food served at the Dino Diner in a day may not equal the size of 1 portion when a hungry sauropod sat down to lunch. Jim Farlow at the University of Indiana is a dino gourmet, and he's worked out how much food the biggest dinosaur of them all, the sauropod, would have needed just to keep that huge body stoked with fuel.
Well, we know how much animals of various sizes today eat, and so we can get some calculations of how much you would expect an animal to eat for a given size if it's either warm-blooded or cold-blooded. And for a 70-ton sauropod, if it were warm-blooded,
that's Greg Paul illustration.
A couple million kilojoules a day. Okay,
yep. And we have every reason to believe that these animals were warm-blooded, endothermic. They needed to eat a ton of food to maintain their own body temperature. there's a general consensus that these animals, sauropods, had elevated metabolisms. They were, for most intents and purposes, warm-blooded. Yes, warm-bloodedness for sauropods. That's the consensus nowadays.
Don't know what that is. Well, it's about that much hay.
Yeah, dinosaurs weren't eating hay. Grasses hadn't evolved yet. Told you this is going to be a little bit goofy.
17 bales of hay is more than a lot of creatures eat in a month.
Oh yeah, it's more than I eat in a month.
Were warm-blooded.
If I'm real hungry, I might eat 2 or 3 bales of hay in a month.
A question still hotly debated among paleontologists. That's the minimum they would have needed. And because Jim knows that sauropods didn't have any food as nutritious as hay, he's calculated a warm-blooded creature
That's not
would have
true,
spent
actually.
At least 22 hours of every day eating.
So, that is kind of an old assumption. This idea that
Sauropods didn't have any food as nutritious as hay.
Didn't have any food as nutritious as hay. It turns out that certain Mesozoic plants, things like horsetails, are actually surprisingly nutritious. There is kind of an astonishing amount of energy packed in to those plants. I'll give you a little preview. Horsetails are these plants. You've probably seen them growing in wetlands or places like that. Kind of wet areas. These were one of the most common ground cover plants during the Mesozoic era, during the age of the dinosaurs, during the Triassic, Jurassic, and Cretaceous periods. And they don't look particularly nutritious, but there was a really cool talk that I saw, really engaging talk that I saw this summer at the Mesozoic Terrestrial Ecosystems Conference in Salt Lake City back in June. Actually testing, experimentally, how much energy you can get out of these as opposed to conifers, as opposed to other plants. Horsetails come out on top. There's a surprising amount of energy in there. It's probably more than you would get out of hay, I would imagine. But yeah. And you thought it was a fern? No, this is, it's a horsetail. Shoot, let's find, should we find a little video on horsetails, perhaps? How to tell if your plant is a horsetail? Well.
Welcome to New England Wildflower Society's Go Botany site.
Oh, thanks.
Jaffe. Today we're going to learn how to
Hi, Dan
identify
Jaffe.
horsetails and scouring rushes. The horsetails and scouring rushes are ancient organisms that have been around since plants first colonized the land.
True.
Back during the
Yeah.
Carboniferous era, they were tree-sized
Carboniferous period, but okay. Sorry, not nitpicking. Let's
plants
continue.
that dominated much of Earth's surface. These
Yep.
days, horsetails and scouring rushes are small plants, usually but not always found in wet soils. The only remaining plants are in the family Equisetaceae. They are characterized by hollow, jointed stems and leaves arranged in a whorl.
Yep. There's those jointed stems that are hollow.
These jointed stems are hollow, with leaves arranged in a whorl.
Immersive audio. There you go,
When
SBF.
identifying the horsetails and scouring rushes, the first thing to look for is the branching, or lack thereof, on the stems. In this instance here, we see a single straight stem with no visible branching. This tells us they were most likely looking at one of the scouring rushes instead of a horsetail.
Yep.
If we had found branching on our stem, we were probably looking at one of the horsetails. Another good distinguishing characteristic for the scouring rushes is the shape of the spore cone. Here we can see a small, sharp-pointed cone.
Anyway, you get the idea. But this idea that that the plants that the dinosaurs were eating was these plants were far less nutritious than modern plants, that's grass is not particularly nutritious. There's a lot of silica in there. There's not really a whole lot of of calories. It's not a very calorie-dense kind of plant. Horsetails are much more calorie-dense,
And
apparently.
because Jim knows that sauropods didn't have any food as nutritious as hay, he's calculated a
probably not true.
warm-blooded creature would have spent at least 22 hours of every day eating.
And I kind of wonder whether, Jim Farlow seems like a really savvy guy, but I wonder if he, like, looked at modern creatures that eat plants and used them, timed them. How much food do they actually take in every hour? And then use that as his kind of, the raw numbers for his calculations there. Sauropod dinosaurs probably would have been much, much more efficient time-wise as they were feeding. Can anybody take a guess as to why? Why would they be able to ingest more plants more quickly? Anybody have any ideas? Yeah. There's also big bugs on the plants they eat. I suppose special sauce. Yeah. More plants in general. Good guess, Displacer. Good guess. Hoovery thing. Bigger stomachs. It's a simpler answer than that, and we've got it. There you go. If you said no chewing, that was really the answer that I was looking for there. There's a few other things that they were very, very good at. Those long necks could help them sweep in a wide arc without having to move very much, move their bodies around. But really not having to chew means they could just ingest a whole bunch of plants really quickly and just swallow it, not have to take time to chew. This is not advice for any kiddos watching. Kids, chew your food properly as you're eating. I know it would be cool to be a sauropod dinosaur, but if you want to grow up healthy and strong so you can study sauropod dinosaurs at some point, you gotta chew your food properly. I don't want you choking. Because you've got good chewing teeth. These animals did not. Some of you may have noticed that I put a different skull there on our turntable for today's stream. This is a Diplodocus skull from a juvenile Diplodocus. We'll print a full-size one, the skull of Dippy the Diplodocus, at some point here, but this is a juvenile Diplodocus skull that I 3D printed a while ago. And I bring this up to show you one important thing about it.
Dinosaur man.
It is an herbivore, like we're talking about today, Sir Steggles.
Coney wins.
Thank you for the 2 months of support. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. So, you might notice that this dinosaur has only got teeth at the very front of its mouth. And these are not chewing teeth. These are simple peg-like teeth. For nipping, for cropping, maybe for stripping the leaves off of ferns or something like that. Yeah. They didn't eat fish, Dinosaur Dave, no. These teeth are not evolved for fish eating. There's actually a cool clip. I'll see if I can find it. There's a cool clip from Walking with Dinosaurs that shows a neat hypothesis for how these guys would have used their teeth. This might be it. Must be part 3. Or maybe part 4. Here we go. So these are young Diplodocus. Right here. There we go. So these guys, their skull is still a lot smaller than the one you see there. But watch this part with the ferns. Here we go. You get that? I was talking with Kerry Woodruff about this, who's himself an expert on sauropods. He's a sauropod researcher. He's published some really, really cool papers on sauropods. And he thinks that this is spot on. This is like one of his favorite parts of walking with dinosaurs. He's like, yeah, this makes perfect sense. And from what he's seen of the tooth wear on these animals, he said he thinks this is legit. Yeah. So, yep, you're just ingesting massive quantities of plant material and then fermenting it in your gut. No chewing involved whatsoever. So you can ingest a lot of plant material very, very quickly. And so I don't think these animals are spending 22 hours a day eating. I don't think so at all.
The creature would have spent at least 22 hours of every day eating.
I don't think so. I kind of wonder what Jim Farlow would say about this today, with new evidence that's come to light. This was from like the 1990s or the early 2000s.
And that doesn't leave much time for other activities like sleeping or making baby sauropods. So I don't think they were warm-blooded. I think it more likely that they were cold-blooded. And based on what we see in cold-blooded animals today, we can estimate that the amount of food a 70-ton sauropod would need if cold-blooded would be about that much. 6 bales of hay.
Yeah, The evidence seems to show that these animals were indeed warm-blooded, so they actually would have needed a tremendous quantity of food like this. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho.
Sauropods find their food. Some paleontologists think their long neck allowed them to frequent the most out-of-the-way of ancient eating establishments, the treetops.
Some sauropods were probably adapted for eating in treetops, but probably not most of them.
60 feet off the ground and well within the range of the neck of a really big sauropod. The argument has been that maybe the heart wouldn't have been strong enough to pump the blood up to the brain when the neck is way up high. The problem then would have been if there's not enough blood to the brain, the animal might have fainted, and for a 70-ton animal to faint and hit the ground would be not very good. So a lot of people argue that maybe they used their necks horizontally and fed close to the ground.
Yeah,
like
the
a
sweep
gigantic
feeding
vacuum
hypothesis.
cleaner.
Barry Woodruff published a paper on this.
But I suspect that they did a little bit of both.
By shopping in both the street...
Cephalon Wolf says, I love that paleontology is not shy about going, actually, we might have been wrong about this thing. Cephalon Wolf, you'll find that's true of most sciences, actually. In fact, that's kind of a cornerstone of science, is saying, well, shoot, we were probably wrong about this when we had more limited information. Now that we have better evidence, you know, our hypotheses have changed. It's not just a paleontology thing. That's a science thing, you know? Yeah. Coolie Spots, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Good day to you, too. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Glad you could join us. Yeah. Yeah. Sir Stegel says science is finding something we got wrong and then getting super excited about it. Bingo. Yeah, it is. And also getting excited that we might not know something yet. There was actually a cool quote that I don't know if I'll be able to find it in time, but let me look real quick. Here we go. Trying to find this here, but there's a really cool talk from scientist and science education advocate Eugenie Scott. And she was asked to give a talk about, of all things, Bigfoot. She herself is not a believer in Bigfoot or other wild men of the woods legends. But she had a really neat quote here. And it was, I don't know if I'm able to find it in time. I should have bookmarked it at the beginning. Or when I watched this again this weekend. I was listening to it as I was doing some work here. But she says, let's see if I can paraphrase. The idea is basically, if you get to know some scientists, you'll learn that one of their favorite phrases, something you learn very, very quickly in the sciences, is the phrase, "I don't know yet." It's one of the most exciting phrases in science, because it means that there's something new still out there for us to discover. Science is about discovery. It's about testing ideas. It's about overturning old, outmoded ideas that no longer fit the evidence. So yeah, that idea, I don't know yet. That's a phrase that every scientist gets excited by, you know? Yeah. And Esanguiner, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Anyway, and it's happening right now, big time in astronomy. The James Webb Space Telescope, for instance. There you go, Christy. Yes, yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And Gamers Tavern Show, I don't know. I didn't hear about this, but I bet you somebody who would have something to say about that would be Melissa in Denial. Let's get a shout out for her. Gamers Tavern Show says Egyptology is freaking out right now because a recent excavation discovered evidence that refutes the hypothesis that the first dynasty practiced human sacrifice. Everyone's super thrilled at the new data. Yeah, like, oh, we were wrong about something? That's super exciting, because it means we're learning something new, you know? Yeah, so this isn't just a feature of paleontology. That we get excited about learning that we were wrong. This is something that's true of all sciences. So yeah. Slice says, if Bigfoot didn't exist, then why did the Indians give him a name? Well, I mean, native peoples have all kinds of myths and legends, and not every single one of them was based on true events or like a real living creature. You know, there are all kinds of different myths and legends. And the thing is, unfortunately, especially here in the US, there's this tendency, I think, to take this idea of native people's myths and legends and kind of commodify them, to change them around, to make them marketable, and then resell them. And that's exactly what happened with the whole Bigfoot legend. Native peoples did not have a legend about a gigantic primate living in the Pacific Northwest. Instead, there's kind of a more universal idea that all kinds of cultures have of, like, you know, a wild man out there in the woods stalking around in the dark. Maybe he has magical powers, stuff like that. But this is something that's kind of consistent across cultures all over the world. Doesn't mean that they thought that there was a giant primate. You know? And, you know, if you talk to folks, that's kind of what you realize. You know, talk to folks from different tribes. You know, they'll tell you. Anyway, yeah. But yeah. Let's get back to this right here.
Level and high-rise supermarkets of the day, sauropods found the key to supporting the largest body the world.
Young Black Economist, how you doing? Welcome. It's good to have you here.
So they would have needed an enormous area to feed in.
I would guess that a cold-blooded 70-ton sauropod, if you were putting it on really good pasture land like we have here in Indiana today, you might have needed something like 25 acres to support it.
Holy cow.
And yet we know the quality of merchandise back then was not nearly as nutritious as modern-day plants. So each sauropod may have needed more than 120 hectares to satisfy its appetite.
So you can kind of visualize them as gigantic multi-ton locusts moving over the landscape, stripping it clean, and then moving on to feed elsewhere.
There you go.
When I was a kid watching this...
Vegetarians feeding on
Yeah, herbivorous dinosaurs, our topic for today. When I was a kid, I thought this was an actual restaurant that they filmed this in, but clearly this is like a movie set or a TV set, and they just kind of gussied it up with a few dinosaur accoutrements for this episode. But, like, I was convinced that this is a real restaurant when I was a kid watching this. I just kind of assumed that was the case. I'm like, oh, that's so cool. I want to go there. It should be. SB, I agree.
But for confirmed vegetarians, feeding on relatively unnutritious plants just didn't provide the kind of energy a growing creature needed, unless they ate an awful lot.
True.
Meat eaters had it a little easier.
And meat is certainly more nutritious per volume than plants are. That's why, shoot, when I first went vegetarian, I lost some weight, which was really nice. It was sophomore year of college. I had definitely had the whole freshman 15 thing going on. And, yeah. A lot of that melted off when I stopped eating meat. Which was nice, yeah. But anyway, we're getting into meat-eating dinosaurs, and that's not really our topic for the day. So let's get back to... Oh, this is cool, actually, because... Brief detour.
It was quite a
Greg Erickson right here. Can anybody tell me who this Tyrannosaurus specimen is? One near and dear to my heart. We had a special stream about it on September 5th. The original is now in the National Museum of Natural History in Washington, D.C. We have some emotes featuring it, including the yes emote. It's the Wonkelrex. There you go, Alex Vixen. Yes, indeed. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Yeah. That's pretty cool. You don't often see it featured in documentaries like this, but this is the one at Berkeley. I'm going to see this week. Maybe I'll post a picture of myself with it. But yeah. Yeah, the Wonkelrex. Anywho. There we go.
But that meant it had to be broken down in their stomachs.
There we go.
Often swallowing their food whole.
Sauropod dinosaurs, yeah,
broken
did
down
not
in their
chew.
Stomachs. And because much of the food was tough, leafy tissue with very little nutrition, they had to eat prodigious amounts. For Peter here again, eating habits are a window into the dinosaurs' world.
Their ability to process plant food
was rather limited. This suggests that the energy flow, their energy budgets were rather modest. And these very same dinosaurs, sauropods, stegosaurs, ankylosaurs, had the smallest brains of all dinosaurs. So this suggests that their overall lifestyle was a rather slow pace. These were the Model T Fords of the dinosaur world.
I don't know if that's fair.
Dinosaurs that swallow large amounts of whole or hard-to-digest food have to work overtime simply to extract what little nutrition the food possessed. How they actually did that was a mystery.
Gertie the
until
dinosaur.
recently discovered fossils revealed that dinosaurs, presumably as a sort of aperitif, swallowed stones to help their digestion.
And this is the same clip which I actually turned into a GIF. As a going live notification for today's stream. There we go. Yeah. There you go.
Sauropods were eating fibrous leaf material, and by themselves, leaves are hard to digest. The stomach is a very muscular organ, so as the stomach churned a great mass of stones rubbed against each other, and they rubbed against...
So, we no longer really think this is true. The general consensus nowadays is that sauropods did not swallow stones like this. They did not have gastroliths. That may have actually been less efficient than the, like, fermentation chamber thing that they already had going on, so... Yeah, anyway.
Fermentation vat would have been... Dinosaur is an enormous animal, and the size of its fermentation vat would have been staggering. We reckon it was somewhere around 10 tons. That would have been equivalent to 30 barrels of wine. 30 barrels.
Pretty awesome. A sauropod dinosaur. A big sauropod with this enormous rib cage. That's a lot of fermentation going on there. Yeah. And, I think we might have a clip of that here, too. Here we go. Check this out. Huge guts on these critters. And you go forever mash. I don't know if they did have 8 stomachs, but yeah. Yep. They have a lot of acid. They probably did, Sice, yeah. Yeah, so it's like a walking ecosystem. And that's a cool speculative idea that Ignurognathus was like a sauropod aircraft carrier specialist, you know? Oh. There may have been pterosaurs that did that. We don't have direct evidence of that, but it's a neat idea. And defecate, too, yeah. The cool thing about Ignurognathus is that it may have looked cute right there, but... we now think it would have looked even cuter. Like this. It had much more of a kind of almost like a pug nose kind of thing going on. Yeah, A Neurognathus. Not a dinosaur. This is not a dinosaur, but it's a flying reptile, a pterosaur. These guys are like cousins of the dinosaurs. Sometimes they look super cute in illustrations. Sometimes they look decidedly less cute. But, yeah, it seems to be like a... This one looks like a nightjar or a nighthawk. Or an owl, I suppose. Yeah, different artists have different interpretations, but that is a pretty cool one right there. I like that a lot. Here's another one. But this one's my favorite so far. I like this one. Anyway, yeah. Jeez. Like dung beetles. Yeah. They probably first evolved around this time, I think. I think they evolved in like the Middle Jurassic. But don't quote me on that. Pretty cool. So someone in chat asked about how many given sauropods could you have in a certain area? Like, wouldn't these animals very quickly just wipe out a forest or something like that? And the answer is maybe they would have. It's a classic John Sibbick illustration of a herd of Apatosaurus just demolishing a forest here. Knocking over these conifer trees. They look almost like modern Araucaria, like monkey puzzle trees. I suspect these animals were probably more ground-level feeders. They're probably eating more ferns and horsetails than they are conifer trees, but I'm sure in a pinch they would eat those. Maybe during a drought or something. This doesn't look particularly dry or droughty here. But, yeah. It's hard to say how many of these animals would have been in a given area back in the late Jurassic when Apatosaurus is walking around. But these are probably highly mobile animals. They're probably migrating great distances. They're probably following the rains. It's probably a lot like modern wildebeest or something like that. But since these animals were so much larger, there probably were fewer of them in a given area than you would have wildebeest or Cape buffalo or whatever else, you know? But if these animals are primarily eating ferns and horsetails, that might bode really, really well for them to be able to get enough food and for those plants to repopulate a given area after the herds have moved on. Because ferns and horsetails are two plants that recover really, really quickly after a disaster. See if I can find you a video on this. On, let's see. Fern recovery, fern spike. I stopped killing ferns once. Oh boy. That's not what I'm looking for. Let's try Mount St. Helens ferns. Here we go. Let's take a look at this.
Mount St. Helens in Washington State is one of the most
No closed
well-monitored
captions, sorry.
volcanoes on the planet, and with good reason. It is still active, and more than 3 decades to the day after it launched a stunning and destructive display of lava and ash, it continues to transform a region and its ecology. Even now, scientists are still learning about the aftermath and how some life is emerging from the ashes. Science
Pretty cool.
correspondent Miles O'Brien has the story.
So the reason we're watching this is for the ferns and the horsetails.
Leading edge of science.
Yeah. And you used to live there in St. Helens, the town at the foot of the mountain. Very cool, young black economist. Very, very cool.
36 years after its spectacular, deadly eruption, Mount St. Helens still rumbles and bears scars from that earth-shattering day.
Yep.
But hike down the slopes, away from the jagged crater.
So for those of you who are not familiar with what happened here, there was a massive volcanic eruption in the 1980s. Let's see here. Here we go.
It may be hard to believe, but it was 40 years ago tomorrow that the biggest of big bangs rocked the Pacific.
And that tomorrow was 3 years ago.
Luke Burbank.
It's been 43 years? 1980, I guess?
May 17th, 1980.
Yeah.
40 years ago today was a beautiful day on the mountain in southwest Washington. It was also the most significant day of Carolyn Dreiger's life. She and a colleague had traveled to the active volcano Mount St. Helens to drop off equipment at a U.S. geological station. They planned to stay the night, but geologist David Johnston, tasked with monitoring the mountain, warned them against it.
He said, let's just have as few people here as possible. We were very disappointed that we were not going to spend the night looking at this beautiful volcano. The sun was just starting to set. We stopped and I took a couple of last photos of Mount St. Helens.
Oh, man.
The very next morning at 8:32 a.m., Mount St. Helens erupted.
Yeah.
The most violent eruption of this volcano in 32,000 years.
The energy that came out of Mount St. Helens that day is bigger than any nuclear weapon that we have in our arsenal.
Steve Olson is the author of a book about it.
The whole northern flank of the volcano collapsed into this valley that was between us, and that let out this burst of pressure that had been building up inside the volcano.
So Fluffernut says, I got sent home from school due to ashfall. Amelia Bedelia says, we live on Vancouver Island and remember it erupting. Yeah.
The blast
It's a huge event.
was the largest landslide in recorded history.
Yep.
It flattened trees for 220 square miles. With a
Jeez.
cloud of smoke, ash, and pumice. In all, 57 people died.
It was
Oh, my
the first
goodness.
clear weekend
Yeah.
that had happened in the year 1980. And so a lot of people in the surrounding area simply made plans to come out and go camping and hiking.
Paper mills, interesting.
They
yeah,
weren't
Black
even
economist, interesting.
watching the volcano necessarily.
2 exclusion zones had been set up to try to keep people safe while still allowing Weyerhaeuser logging trucks to harvest timber off the side of the mountain.
A lot of people that owned property up here that wanted to be able to get to their property, and geologists would issue warnings saying, no, we think the volcano is too dangerous.
No, sir, this is the road closed.
Then, as now, debate raged over whether to protect people's livelihoods or their lives.
Yeah, well, shoot. You know what usually wins out in a society like ours? Ugh. Anyway, after this devastating event occurred, after the, basically this mountainside and surrounding area was just wiped clean by pyroclastic flow, by ash, by landslide. It was like a hellscape. Desolate. Devastated. Destroyed. But then plants started to come back.
Crater just a little, and you'll see Mother Nature hard at work. And there's
Yep.
a good chance you'll bump into a team of scientists led by John Bishop. He is an evolutionary
the
biologist at Washington State University, Vancouver.
The goal of our research is to understand how...
Hang on a minute. Let me see if I can find... I don't know if this is going to feature it, but... Mount St. Helens... Burn Spike. Let's look for that under videos. Or no, it was an HHMI video, wasn't it? About post-extinction. About after the KPG boundary. Where is that video? I want to get the point across that ferns are some of the first things to bounce back after you have a major disaster. And here it is. Excellent.
It was the end of one world and the beginning of another.
Oof.
66 million years ago, an asteroid more than 6 miles wide struck the Earth, triggering a mass extinction.
It wipes out all the large dinosaurs.
Everything except for birds.
These animals that have dominated the landscape for the last...
I should say, except for some birds. It was like probably close to 90% of bird species went extinct too, maybe more. Only some bird species survived, and they were the only dinosaurs at all to survive the extinction event.
180 million years.
Plants also experience a big extinction.
Yeah.
60 to 80% of birds go extinct. Amphibians.
I think it's higher actually for birds.
It just wipes the slate clean.
From the ruins of a devastated planet.
And there has been rumors of a second asteroid, Anakin Gabriel, yeah.
Mammals dominate instead of dinosaurs. But how did mammals seize the moment?
Yeah, part of it may have been due to, well, I don't know. But the ferns is here.
But then, above the fungus, signs of renewal.
Yeah.
Following immediately on top of the fungal world, we see a spike in fern spores. And that shows a world blanketed in ferns that probably lasted a few thousand years.
Yep. Ferns, for whatever reason, do really, really well after there's a major event that just wipes out all the plants.
Ferns are better able to germinate in denuded landscapes than other plants.
Ah.
They're often the first plants to reappear after forest fires and volcano eruptions.
There you go. Yeah. Maybe they were also the first plants to reappear after devastation from sauropod dinosaurs. Like you see in illustrations such as this one. You know? Yeah. I'm trying to find this embiggened for you. Which one's gonna be biggest? That's not too bad. Yeah. So yeah, if these animals were specially evolved to feed on ferns, that may be one of the reasons why they were able to spread out across the landscape, is they're eating a particular kind of plant that's really good at bouncing back after an environmental disaster like a volcanic eruption or a forest fire or a herd of hungry sauropods. So yeah. Yeah, anyway. Yeah. Germangophyte says all the best mushrooms only grow where ferns grow. I wonder why that is. It's probably due to moisture. Germangophyte. Mushrooms and ferns both require moisture. You don't see a lot of ferns in the desert. And I would think edible mushroom is also probably pretty rare out in a dry desert too. Yeah. Anyway. Back to this.
30 barrels of wine. 30 barrels.
But like anyone who overindulges, a 10-ton fermentation vat for a stomach would have produced side effects.
Yeah.
Fermentation is a chemical process which produces large quantities of gas. And our giant sauropod was fermenting 10 tons of plant material. It must have produced prodigious quantities of gas. In a word, it produced wind.
Yeah, like I said, this is going to be kind of a goofy video.
Can tell us a lot about them.
But yeah.
But for one scientist, the interesting part starts when the eating is finished. After all is said and done and eaten, all creatures must relieve themselves of unwanted leftovers.
Yep.
To one scientist, even that can tell us a lot about how dinosaurs lived. Karen Chin of the University of Santa Barbara
You know her.
is a connoisseur of dinosaur dung.
She's a coprolithologist.
There is a lot to be found if you know what to look for. But it's not a field everyone finds appetizing.
Actually, when you first start looking at dinosaur dung, it doesn't look like your typical fossil dung that you'll find in museums. Most of that is rather, sausage shaped, or looks quite a bit like dog droppings. So we had to find other ways to determine that this indeed is fossil dung.
On the vast Montana plains where Karen does her fieldwork, it's not as though she has to watch where she steps.
No, stuff's been fossilized for...
100 million year old dung is as difficult to find as it is to identify.
It's probably 80 million years old here, but yeah.
But considering the gigantic proportions of some dinosaurs, Karen received help from creatures much smaller than she ever expected. Dung beetles have been around for over 200 million years, surviving then off the dung of dinosaurs, just as they do off the droppings of mammals today.
I wonder about this. How far back does the record of dung beetles actually go? I always heard it was like Middle Jurassic, but the narrator just said 200 million years, which would be, you know, very beginning of the Jurassic or end of the Triassic period. Longer ago. So, let's do a little search. Fossil history of dung beetles. Lower Cretaceous, with the first major diversification during the middle of the Cretaceous. And WM Steadbot. Oh, thank you. Look at all those chickens.
Because I learn things here. Smiley face.
Thank you, WM Steadbot. I appreciate you. Thank you for the Prime there. Thank you for the 5 months of support. Thanks for keeping me going here. I'm glad you learned things. That's what this is all about. Appreciate you. Right, let's take a look at this. From the Cleveland Museum of Natural History. Well, well, well.
I'm the collections manager of invertebrate zoology at the Cleveland Museum of Natural History. My interests are in beetle evolution and systematics. So my
she's got kind of a hint of an Australian or New Zealand accent. Lest my ears deceive me.
My interests are in beetle evolution and systematics.
Evolution.
So my most recent research is on the evolution of scarab beetles and includes some very exciting findings of the evolution of dung beetles, which may include the first inference of evolution of an insect with dinosaurs.
Pretty cool.
Are a very
Pretty cool.
Lineage to investigate evolutionary hypotheses because they can be easily divided into two main lineages. The first lineage is associated with plants and plant feeding and includes the June bugs, the shiny leaf chafers, the flower chafers, and the rhinoceros beetles. The second lineage, they feed...
Well, well, well.
In an unsuspecting world, living creatures from the dawn of time. What havoc will they wreak? What lives will they destroy? What depths of panic and terror will they create?
Look at that menacing plant-eating dinosaur there. Real-life fiasco.
And their 53 raiders have arrived to wreak some sweet, sweet havoc.
Thank you for your raid, and welcome to Paleontologizing. It is great to have you here, Real Life Fiasco. How did your stream go? First of all, tell me about your stream. I hope it was really, really good. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Thank you, Vinyl Spinna, for the follow. Welcome to the channel. Hey, my name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. A paleontologist, as you probably know already. And, Broken, thank you for the follow. A paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular. I study dinosaurs, I publish on them, I dig them up during the summer. We were actually live streaming that this past summer, which was a ton of fun. And, Sweet Pea, what a wonderful graph. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, I dig up dinosaurs, I study them, I publish on them, and I talk about dinosaurs 5 days a week right here on Twitch. Today, in honor of World Vegetarian Day, we're talking about plant-eating dinosaurs. We're talking about why did so many groups of dinosaurs evolve to eat plants? How do we know that they ate plants? What kind of plants did they eat? It's been a fun discussion so far, and we're just talking about dung beetles right now, and how they may have first evolved because of plant-eating dinosaurs. But it seems like we've got a bunch of cool new people here who came in with Real Life Fiasco. Thank you again, Fiasco, for the raid. Thank you, thank you. Hope your stream was fantastic. Looks like you were doing some just chatting. I'm sure it wasn't just chatting. I'm sure it was plenty interesting. Don't have to downplay it like that, Twitch, just chatting. I'm sure it was pretty cool. Anyway. You know who else is pretty cool? Cooler than me. Is our good friend, previously recorded Danny. And he is currently sneaking up behind me right now.
The absolute prerequisite to the evolution of large mammals.
Scam blocker.
And to our own existence, for that matter.
Thank you for the follow. For the new followers and the raiders and people who are new here, previously recorded Danny would love to tell you about what this channel is all about, how a paleontologist arrived here on this platform on twitch.tv, all that good stuff. So without further ado, I'm gonna let him explain that for you. Hold your horses. Hang on. He's very eager. So we'll let him take center stage right now. Thank you again, Real Life Fiasco. Can we get one more shout out for Fiasco there? I'd appreciate that. Thanks for the raid. And previously recorded, Danny, go ahead and take it away. Well, thanks, present day Danny. Well, if you happen to be new around here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You may well be wondering to yourself, well, if this is Twitch, then where are the video games? I'm gonna level with you here. I don't really do much in the way of video games. I'm a paleontologist. My name is Danny Anduza, and dinosaurs are my area of study. But how in the world does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? Well, you're about to find out. When I finished high school, I moved to Montana and immediately started work at Museum of the Rockies, which at the time was an unparalleled powerhouse of paleobiology. That program was built by this guy.
Famed paleontologist Alan Grant.
Well, kind of.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those movies.
And they said that the guy Alan Grant was you.
Yes, yeah, well, fortunately he didn't get eaten.
Meet Jack Horner, the real-life Alan Grant. He's one of the most prominent and controversial paleontologists in the country, a dyslexic MacArthur Foundation genius who never finished college and who says he doesn't care why dinosaurs went extinct. To him, the important part is how they lived.
It was at Museum of the Rockies, under the auspices of Jack Horner, that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. And a huge part of that I learned by working with Jack's final graduate student, a guy by the name of Denver Fowler, who would later go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. Working with Denver, I did summer after summer of fieldwork in the remote Badlands of Montana. Together, we dug up more dinosaurs than we knew what to do with, at fossil sites numbering in the hundreds. In 2012, I discovered a new species of ceratopsian dinosaur, hopefully soon to be published. The next year, we excavated the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex. Then, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
We found its head, and we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
Not bad, right? Well, anyway, much like my fieldwork, my research also focuses on dinosaurs. For example, here's Trirarchuncus, the last of the Alvarezsaurs, just published in July of 2020. One of my current projects focuses on Spinosaurids. I can't really talk too much about that until it's a little bit closer to publication, so stay tuned for that. Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A couple years ago, things in Montana were declining rapidly, so I picked up and moved on to greener pastures. I'm so glad I did. And with that new perspective, I also realized that I have very little patience with the soul-crushing bureaucracy within academia. So for the time being anyway, I decided to take my career in a slightly different direction. I got hired for a job in early childhood education. As a teacher, I get to have a positive impact on kids' lives, to help them find a passion for science. Then, when COVID-19 showed up, the school had to close. But that didn't stop the teaching or the learning. We just moved online.
All right, friends. So we're going to be looking at a book in a little bit, but I thought we'd start off with a song. 3, 2, 1. Oh, give me a home
where the hadrosaurs roamed, where triceratops bellowed and grazed, where erosion uncovers bones we seek to discover, for to strike the whole world amazed. Home, home on the range, where the deer and the antelope play, where seldom is heard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day. It was a pretty easy jump from teaching online to streaming on Twitch. I had my first broadcast in May, and I've been on here ever since. Now, I believe pretty strongly that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, talking to everyday people about her science is one of the most important things that a researcher can do. I now have a golden opportunity to reach out directly to people where they are. This is what I'm all about, and now, thanks to Twitch, I get to share it with you. And I'm so happy to be able to do so. It's my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you could help by following, or if you could afford it, by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful. So anyway, to my regular viewers, thank you again for sitting through this. And to everybody who's new, welcome. I'm genuinely, earnestly glad that you're here. And I hope you stick around. We've got a remarkable little community here, and I'd be delighted if you join us. Anyway, let's go ahead and get back into it. So, present day Danny, back to you. Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny, and of course, thank you even more to Real Life Fiasco for that raid, bringing all these cool new people in here. Appreciate you. Let's get back to the topic at hand, shall we? Today, we're discussing plant-eating dinosaurs.
Wreaking his prehistoric fury on modern man and his puny machines.
And over it already, thank you for the follow. Welcome. We were just discussing these little critters and what they can teach us about what dinosaurs we're eating.
Dung beetles have been around for over 200 million years, surviving then off the dung of dinosaurs, just as they
Was it really that long, though? 200
do
million
off the
years?
droppings of mammals today.
There's this video, which I just found with an expert on the subject. She's going to talk to us about it.
My name is Dr. Nicole Gunter, and I am the Collections Manager of Invertebrate Zoology at the Cleveland Museum of Natural History. My interests are in beetle evolution and systematics. So my most recent research is on the evolution of scarab beetles and includes some very exciting findings of the evolution of dung beetles, which may include the first inference of evolution of an insect with dinosaurs.
That's
Scarab
pretty
beetles are a
awesome.
very
It's pretty
interesting,
awesome.
lineage
Co-evolution.
to investigate
Two different groups of
evolutionary
organisms.
hypotheses because they can be easily divided into two main lineages. The first lineage is associated with plants and plant feeding and includes the June bugs, the shiny leaf chafers, the flower chafers, and the rhinoceros beetles. The second lineage, they feed on detritus, so dead or decaying matter, including dung, and include the scarabine dung beetles and also the aphodiine dung beetles. Most interesting findings were based on the dung beetle side of the paper. So dung beetles, there are over 5,000 described species, and they're distributed across the entire globe, so on all continents except for Antarctica. Because they're so heavily associated with feeding on mammalian dung, it's been assumed in the past that they've evolved with mammals. If dung beetles evolved with mammals, it has been hypothesized that they originated in the Eocene approximately 34 million to 56 million years ago. Other scientists hypothesize that dung beetles must have evolved much earlier given the biogeographical distribution of dung beetles today.
And I think that's probably where we had this right here. They've been around for over 200 million years. This is an assumption that other scientists made. I think, based on the idea that you find these on all 6 of the inhabited continents, all the continents except for Antarctica, back when Earth's continents were smushed together into one. The idea, I guess, is that you wouldn't have dung beetles traveling between North America and Europe or something like that. So they must have actually evolved before the continents split apart.
Our research provides the first molecular evidence supporting the older evolution
Looking
of
at
dung
DNA,
beetles
cool.
and hypothesizes that they evolved approximately 115 to 130 million years ago in the lower Cretaceous.
Very cool. So during the age of the dinosaurs. About halfway through the age of dinosaurs.
To examine scarab beetle diversification, we plotted the accumulation of species over time to examine correlations with known biological events.
Pretty cool.
For example, in the plant-feeding scarab...
Look at this lovely tree of life here. Yeah. This beautiful phylogeny. This is like the sort of thing that we look at all the time here. An evolutionary family tree. But yeah. And Daily Cafecito says, Danny, this is the first time I've seen this video. I'm glad today I was able to stay around longer than I usually do. I'm glad too, Daily Cafecito. Great inspiration for the kiddos and all of us. Your work is awesome. Thank you. I appreciate you, Cafecito. Muchas gracias. Yeah.
Lineage.
Isn't this
We
cool?
plot the accumulation and see that the first major diversification of species occurs approximately 110 to 90 million years ago, which corresponds with the ecological dominance of angiosperms, which are the flowering plants.
Yeah, and we'll be talking about when flowering plants first evolved too in a little bit. If we're talking about plant-eating animals, we got to talk about, shoot, what are the plants that they were eating?
A surprising finding was that dung beetles also started diversifying with the dominance of angiosperms. Given the evolutionary time frame of the diversification of dung beetles, we hypothesize that dung feeding must have evolved with dinosaurs in the middle of Cretaceous and not with mammals. Although mammals existed at this time, given that they were small and insectivorous, so feeding on insects, we believe that their dung was too small and dry for dung beetles to be able to feed on. Whereas there were many herbivorous dinosaurs in the Cretaceous, so we believe that the incorporation of angiosperm foliage into the diet of dinosaurs created the first palatable dung source for dung feeding.
Interesting.
What is also cool is that there are known coprolites or fossilized dinosaur dung. These coprolites have tunneling that have been attributed to dung beetle feeding.
Oh, what a beautiful segue into the other video.
With the age of these coprolite fossils, which are approximately 70 to 80 million years old, suggesting that the older evolution of dung beetle feeding. The most
This is super, super cool.
finding from this publication is it changes
Here's a link.
our ideas about the evolution of dung beetles. Most significantly, it provides an alternative hypothesis to the origin of dung beetles evolving with dinosaurs and not mammals. This is really interesting to consider because we know that at the end of the Cretaceous, non-avian dinosaurs suffered a mass extinction. So what does this mean for the diversification of dung beetles if they lost such an important evolutionary resource? Through examining the accumulation of dung beetles and also through comparison of the diversity of different scarab beetle lineages, we believe that there is evidence to support a possible extinction of dung beetles with dinosaurs at the end of the Cretaceous, approximately 66 million years ago.
So that's not the entire
The
lineage.
extinction event was not as significant for dung beetles
Yeah, so not all of the dung beetles went extinct, just probably several major lineages of them went extinct.
as it was for non-avian dinosaurs. And we actually see the most rapid accumulation of dung beetle species immediately following the KPG extinction event 66 million years ago.
That makes sense. Yeah, very, very cool. I give you the link to that. So, dung beetles may have first evolved to feed on dinosaur dung. In fact, that seems like the most parsimonious explanation for their origins. And we have direct evidence of them feeding on dinosaur dung. Take a look.
The dung of dinosaurs, just as they do off the droppings of mammals today.
Yep.
The beetles excavated through the fresh dung.
The closed captioning. Ah, well, the beetles going to excavate through the fresh dung. Oh, isn't that right, Ringo?
Creating an underground network of tunnels. Each new tunnel was later filled in by sediment, leaving the dung full of vertical tubes of different material.
Yep.
What they would do is stuff dung down into the sediment and lay an egg right in that dung. And the young grubs, when they hatch out, would have plenty to eat in those provisioned burrows.
Pretty cool. Pretty cool.
Dinosaur dung is known as a trace fossil. It leaves no direct clues as to who left it. But there is plenty of circumstantial evidence. The first clue lay scattered around Karen's study site in the shadows of the Rockies. Thousands of pieces of bone, all from the same creature.
Yep.
A duck-billed dinosaur called Maiasaura.
Maiasaura. That's actually Edmontosaurus right there. Maiasaura looks a bit different from this. I'll show you. I got that wrong. Maiasaura. It's got a pretty distinctive head shape. That's a pretty decent Maiasaura right there. Got a little crest up in between their eyes. They're definitely smaller than Edmontosaurus. Anyway. That's a pretty decent one, too. But yeah. Yeah, anyway. Maiasaura.
The second clue also pointed to Maiasaura. The dung was full of very finely chewed fibrous material, which could easily have been produced by the battery of grinding teeth in the mouth of a duck-billed dinosaur. The final clue was the size of the droppings themselves. Most fossilized dinosaur dung has shattered over the years under the impact of the weather. But by carefully putting these pieces back together, Karen calculates the average size of these droppings as the equivalent of 5 liters of dung.
So you can imagine that the dinosaur that produced this massive fecal material must have been a fairly good-sized dinosaur. And the Maiasaura was approximately 24 feet long and was certainly capable of producing quite a bit of dung.
Pretty cool.
In her latest study, Karen believes that the answer to one of the paleontologist's greatest mysteries has come right out of the dinosaurs themselves. From the very bottom of the food chain, Karen has found bits of bone from the very top.
In a piece of probable T-Rex dung, we found bits and pieces of bone. And by examining these pieces of bone, we were able to tell that these were actually pieces of dinosaur bone. So this is really exciting information because for years and years and years we've been speculating
Footage from
what these
1925.
large carnivorous dinosaurs were feeding on. But now we actually have direct evidence by looking at the dung that tyrannosaurs did actually feed on other dinosaurs.
Pretty cool. Yeah. Anyway.
All over the globe, scientists are beginning to reconstruct a much better picture of what life was like millions of years ago. Clues to dinosaur behavior keep popping up in some of the most unlikely places. What they ate and why tells us a lot about their daily routine. Almost as if we'd found a sauropod's diary, giving us a day-to-day view of the likes and dislikes of these remarkable creatures.
Anyway, cool stuff. Here's a link to this video right here. There you go. Yeah. And Sir Stegels says, I mean, at that point, do you need the poo? I mean, that's direct evidence of what these animals were eating. That's the whole idea. You know, that's the whole point. You can get other lines of evidence that might suggest what these animals were eating. You can look at their dentition, look at their teeth, look at their overall body shape, you know, examine their morphology. But if you want to actually figure out what they were eating, you should look at what they were eating in their droppings. So yeah. Yeah. And Not Toxic says, fun question, do you think with today's technology we could create dinosaurs? We don't need to. We already have dinosaurs. We call them birds. Yeah. Birds are living dinosaurs. And you refuse to believe that. I mean, sure, if you really want to, sure, you could refuse to believe that. But here, let me show you just a real quick clip.
Discoveries.
There's pretty much no chance that we'll ever find, even if we're able to somehow scrounge together a little bit of dinosaur DNA, you know, a la Jurassic Park. So far, we've got none because it seems like DNA is far too fragile to survive for tens of millions of years. You know, the last of the non-bird dinosaurs died out 66 million years ago. And try as we might, we've not been able to get even a single sliver of non-avian dinosaur DNA from the Mesozoic era. None. But there's another potential way to, well, kind of a workaround for resurrecting dinosaurs. Check it out. This is my old boss, Jack Horner. Yep. It's a good book. I would recommend it. How to Build a Dinosaur by Jack Horner. You can get it as an audiobook too. It's good stuff. Dark Tarkanus.
Or the kind you dream of in a bad nightmare.
Thank you, Dark Tarkanus, for the 31 months of support. I really appreciate you. Yeah. Good stuff. And Not Toxic says, thank you for giving me knowledge I didn't know about. That's why you come here, right? Not Toxic? Yeah, that's what paleontologizing is all about, baby. This is how it works. Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. Pretty cool, right? Yep. Anyway, this was 10 years ago. This came out 10 years ago? 12 years ago. It turns out the tail is really, really difficult to do. Because that's the axial skeleton of the animal. That's the spinal column. If you modify that a little bit, you kill the embryo. So that's been much more difficult than anybody expected, but they're still working on it. And maybe we'll interview on this channel sometime soon the lead researcher on this project. She's really cool. I've worked with her before, and you can actually watch a TED Talk with her on YouTube. Anyway, yeah. Here, is it chicken? There we go. Yeah. There's a couple of TED Talks there. Check those out if you're interested. Anyway. If dinosaurs ever will be resurrected, it's going to be like that. By back engineering a chicken into something resembling one of its dinosaur ancestors. Yeah. And Devin Versus, I know there's people trying to bring mammoths back to life. That's basically the same thing. They're trying to take an Indian elephant, an Asian elephant, and kind of modify its genome to make it resemble a woolly mammoth, Mammuthus primigenius. It won't be a true woolly mammoth. Even if they succeed, it will not be a true woolly mammoth. It'll just resemble a woolly mammoth in its appearance, in its behavior, everything else. Does that make sense? Yeah. I'm not convinced it's going to work, but I wish them the very best of luck. They've got some challenges ahead. They need all the luck they can get, so I wish them the very best. Yeah. And Steggles, we do have mammoth DNA. The whole genome of a mammoth has already been sequenced, but that's the thing. Even if you have the entire genome, you can't clone a mammoth like that. They're just basically trying to take that genome. Like we've already got the whole code, I guess, for mammoths. The idea is that you take an Indian elephant, Asian elephant, and you modify its genome to match that we know the woolly mammoth was like. And then basically you've got a woolly mammoth. That's the idea. Yeah. Again, it's going to be extraordinarily difficult, probably in ways that we haven't even begun to think about yet. But there's going to be all kinds of challenging surprises that come up. So they need all the luck they can get. I wish them the very best. But anyway, yeah. We're talking about plant-eating dinosaurs today. But what kinds of plants actually existed during the time of the dinosaurs? A lot of the plants that we take for granted today, things like grasses, things like flowering fruit trees, didn't exist yet. Even most palms had not actually evolved yet. So what kinds of plants did we have? Here's a neat little video. I don't know what the music is playing in the background here, but I like it. These are all living plants today in a greenhouse that have close relatives or ancestors that lived during the time of the dinosaurs. You've got things like cycads right here. You've got lots of ferns. I'm sure there's a bunch of horsetails in there. Tree ferns. I forget what these guys are called, but they're really cool also. Yeah. So if you think these plants look prehistoric, there's a bunch of horsetails right there. Right in here. Look at that big clump of horsetails. Beautiful. if you think these plants look prehistoric, I mean, you're not wrong. These plants have relatives and ancestors that go back
One of these
long time.
archaeologist fellas.
Well, it's pretty near the mark. Actually, I'm a paleontologist.
Oh.
We dig deeper.
Seaborn Show.
Their 12 raiders would also like to dig deeper.
Thank you for the raid. How are you doing? Welcome, Seaborn. It's good to have you here. How did your stream go? I hope it was excellent. Thanks for bringing your viewers. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Shoot. On today's stream, we're talking about plant-eating dinosaurs in honor of World Vegetarian Day, which I guess was yesterday, but I didn't stream yesterday, so we're talking about it now. Plant-eating dinosaurs. And we're talking about the kinds of plants that they would have eaten, because the flora looked a lot different back then than it does today. Yeah. Ferns go back to the dinner period. Very funny, Ben theme park enthusiast. Yeah. Yeah. Ginkgos also go back very far too, Jerry Edrick. Yeah. Yeah. But good stuff. Oh, the dinosaur era. Yes. So, for those of you who just turned up right now, check this out. A little 45-second video. This is a greenhouse, I think, in the Czech Republic, showcasing a bunch of different plants that existed during the time of the dinosaurs. I actually have my own collection of Mesozoic plants. We've got ferns, tree ferns, horsetails, cycads. I forget what this guy is called. Oh, that's a tree fern there. But there's another very cool plant whose name I'm forgetting. It's back there. They are super neat. They are super neat. And there's a conifer, too. Conifers, things like cypress and redwoods, they go back to the time of the dinosaurs as well, back to the Cretaceous period. Earlier conifers go all the way back to the Jurassic, the Triassic, the Permian, before the dinosaurs. Yeah. Pretty cool stuff. Pretty cool stuff. And here is a paleobotanist to answer for us some children's questions. And Terry Taylor says, I believe the biosphere in Arizona has a nice collection of cycads too. Very cool, Terry Taylor. Very, very cool. Cycads are my personal favorite plants. They are super, super neat. Very charismatic plants. And cycads are, well, shoot, let me show you. David L. Jones wrote the book on cycads. The book is called Cycads. Delivers what it promises. And, yeah, history and prehistory of cycads. Cycads are these remarkable seed-bearing plants. They look kind of like ferns, or kind of like conifers. They are neither. They're actually closer to conifers than they are to ferns, or to palms. This might look like a palm right here. It is not a palm. It is a cycad. Yeah. They develop these cones like this in the middle. They tend to be fairly rare nowadays, except there is one species that is very common in cultivation. It does really, really well after it's been planted in people's yards or in city parks or in, you know, outside of businesses or whatever. It does really well in an urban environment. And that is the sago cycad, Cycas revoluta. If you've seen a cycad anywhere, it's almost certainly this genus and species. I'll show you. Cycas revoluta. This one here. Check that out. I have a couple of these, and they are beautiful. It's not a palm, even though they often get called sago palms. It's not a palm at all. Not even close. Yeah, they are super, super cool. So that's a cycad. Yeah. And cicadas have nothing to do with cycads. No. He threw. Nope. But good question. They develop these fruits like that, which are super toxic. Don't even think about eating them. They will kill you dead. But there's an idea that maybe stegosaurs were specialized to eat these or eat a similar kind of plant. There's a lovely book here called In the Presence of Dinosaurs by, was it Larry Felder and John Colagranda, I think? Larry Felder is the artist, and the artwork here is exquisite. Yeah. Here are some apatosaurs like we were talking about earlier. Just beautiful artwork in this. Really lovely. Big plant-eating dinosaurs, Apatosaurus. Lovely illustrations of plants as well. There's a nice conifer right there with some cones. There's a Stegosaurus. And this is the illustration I wanted to show you. So this is basically, this book, the premise is, it's like Walking with Dinosaurs, where it kind of takes you through the age of dinosaurs, and then it shows you these animals as if they were living creatures, describes their behaviors. It's speculative. It's almost like a science fiction-y kind of thing, but hard science fiction. It's like, it speculates on what different dinosaurs would have been doing. It's basically, the book is like a nature documentary, but for extinct animals, with a lot of guesses as to what they were doing, what they were eating, how they were behaving, that kind of thing. And the caption here is, Stegosaurs are particularly fond of cycad fruit. The pebbled armor that lines the animal's throat region is an effective protection against the sharp, spiny cycad leaves that would otherwise stand between the stegosaur and its favorite food. Yeah. Green Mazing says, I love when streamers show books. So old school, but cool. I'm glad you enjoy that. Books are a big part of my life, so I'm glad you appreciate that. Yeah. That pebbled armor on the stegosaur throat is, oftentimes you see this on good mounts of stegosaur skeletons. They'll actually put that pebbly armor on there. Actually, that's not bad there, yeah. Stegosaurus throat. There you go. Yeah, so those are a bunch of what we call osteoderms. Those are little bones embedded in the skin. That would be almost like chainmail or something like that. There you go. Classic reconstruction there. Isn't that cool? Yeah. So we know these guys had this kind of thing. But the question is, why? Maybe that was to keep their necks from being bitten through by marauding allosaurs and critters like that. But, yeah. One hypothesis is, this is a nifty one. That armor, those little pebbly bones there embedded in the skin, protected their necks from cycad spines. So yeah. Pretty neat. I really like that idea. It's a cool one. Anyway, cycads are one of my favorite plants that go back to the age of the dinosaurs. Let's watch this little video here, and I'm sure we'll be pausing a bunch and looking at some of these plants too. But here is an interview with a paleobotanist.
Hi, my name is Caroline Stromberg, and I'm a professor of biology and the curator of paleobotany at the Burke Museum.
And shoot, I was just at the Burke Museum last weekend. We talked all about that last week. So it's cool how things keep coming up again and again, you know? Paleontology, it's a small world. It really is.
Some questions about the plants and the landscapes during the age of the dinosaurs.
What exactly do paleobotanists do?
Ooh, my job is awesome. So I don't do this every day, but at least once or twice a year, I get to travel around the world to, for example, Argentina and South America or China to discover fossils of ancient plants and ecosystems.
Pretty neat.
In the rocks. So that's one of my favorite parts, to go and look for fossils. And then I get to study them back in the lab or in the museum. And I get to discover new things about the ancient world, and that is so exciting and thrilling. And then I get to share those discoveries with my students and students in classes that I teach, and also with the public through the Burke. And so part of my job is also to teach
Pretty cool.
Classes, and also do outreach where I show the fossils that I find to the public and to kids like yourself and things like that. And another thing that I do that I also love is that I get to bring back those fossils, or many of the fossils, and put them in the museum where we take care of them and save them so that a lot of people can come and study them. And for example, maybe some of you, when you grow up, you can come and study them as paleobotanists as well.
That's pretty cool. So when I talk about how I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, I'm always careful to emphasize that, or usually I remember to emphasize the dinosaur part, because most paleontologists don't work on dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are just kind of the tip of the iceberg. I work on dinosaurs, most paleontologists don't. Some paleontologists work on fossil mammals, some paleontologists work on fossil fungi. Paleobotanists, or a kind of paleontologist, they work on fossil plants. She does there. Yeah.
What were some common plants that were around when dinosaurs were around?
She sounds like you, chat. This is why I'm showing you this video. We're talking about these plants. Yeah. And, yeah.
So there's actually quite a lot of plants around that were common during the age of dinosaurs, and some that are common here in the Pacific Northwest. For example, ferns. So one example is the Western maidenhair fern.
This is not a Western maidenhair fern. A maidenhair fern has got little round, little leaflets on it. I'll show you. Whoever edited this video didn't necessarily know this. Maidenhair fern looks like this. Yeah. And I actually have one of these. Let me go get it for you. Yeah. There we go. Here is my maidenhair fern. And her name is... There we go. Adiantum capillus veneris. I think this is a Western maidenhair fern. But it's a pretty plant. These beautiful little leaflets right here. These were common during the age of the dinosaurs, and I can show you a fossil example of this, I think. Yeah, they're beautiful, but are fussy ferns? Most ferns are pretty fussy, honestly. Yeah. Mayor Space says, but who would win in a fight, a common horsetail or a maidenhair fern? Maybe the horsetail, actually. If they're planted in the same garden, I bet you the horsetail would win. Yeah. Plant fights! You know, that should be a new reality television show. You know? Yeah. Yeah, let me go put this back and well, shoot. Let me try and find for you fossil maidenhair fern first, then I'll go unpause the video and put my plant back. There we go. Look over the fern. Let's see. There's a different kind of fossil fern there. Let's go to all. Maidenhair tree is a living fossil. Blah, blah, blah. Let's see if we can find the name of this group. Adientum. It's the genus. 250 species of ferns. Pterodaceae. There we go. Oh, this is a paraphyletic genus. Shoot, so it's not actually valid. Yowza. But their fossil history is... Oh, I guess these are also maidenhair ferns. Interesting. Yeah, so maybe that fossil that we saw there... These probably are maidenhair ferns. Right here. Very nice. Sorry, that's so small. I'm big in it. That's a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful fossil right there. If not a beautiful picture. Anyway, let me go,
For example,
put
ferns.
this plant back.
So one example is the western maidenhair fern, and also conifers like pines and spruces and things like that, hemlocks. Those are common here in the Pacific Northwest, and they were likely dominant in forests during the age of dinosaurs as well. Another plant that you probably know of, potentially, is a plant called ginkgo. It has those really beautiful fan-shaped leaves. Those are only now native to, so living naturally in China, but back in during the age of dinosaurs, they were all over the place and they were quite diverse. There were many species of them. And then towards the end of the age of dinosaurs...
Whoop, hang on. Let's talk about ginkgos a little bit. Yeah, ginkgos. Another one of my favorite plants today. You're probably familiar with these. Ginkgo biloba. There we go. Yeah. They've got these beautiful leaves like this. People often take this is snake oil. I don't think there's any, like, medicinal property that has actually been demonstrated from ginkgo. Yeah, but whatever. The female trees produce these really smelly fruits like this. That's the funny thing. If you, you'll probably see ginkgo trees in cities. These are kind of a favorite urban tree. So urban arborists are always planting these, but they're usually careful to only plant the male ones. So they have to figure out, these are dioecious, so that means that there's males and females. The female ones produce these really smelly fruits that are really messy and they get everywhere. And so if an arborist knows what he or she is doing, then they'll only put the male ones there. So yeah. Anyway, good stuff. And fossil ginkgos. There we go. They often look extremely similar to modern ginkgo. So there's a modern ginkgo leaf and a fossil one, just right there side by side. That's, that is pretty cool, isn't it? Modern, fossil. Can you tell which is which? Yeah, of course you can tell which is which. Due to the law of superposition, the older layers are on the bottom. So there's one that's probably tens of millions of years old. There's one was fresh, probably a day before the photo was taken. Anyway, the ones underneath are usually older. That's how strata works, and that's also how it works when you stick a living example on top of a fossil. Yeah. But not all ginkgos looked like that. They used to be really, really diverse. Some of them looked like this. Some of them looked like that. There were all kinds of different varieties of them. This used to be a super, super common, diverse kind of plant. There were hundreds, maybe thousands of species. Today, well, let me show you how many there are today. Let's go to our good old-fashioned tree of life here. Ginkgo. One. There's one species still around. Wait, no, hang on. There's more? Are these still alive? Or are they extinct? Maybe there's only one genus? Have I been wrong about this? That's super exciting if there's more species than I knew about. Look at all these. Usually this tree of life does not have extinct things. Extinct organisms. But there's so many different... Let's look this up right now. Ginkgo. It's a genus of non-flowering seed plants. Ginkgo is now the only living genus within the order. How many living species are there? Holy cow, there's a bunch. Ginkgoidea. Well, today I learned there's more than just one living species. That's super cool. I had no idea. Ginkgo biloba is the one that everybody knows. Ginkgo gardneri. Oh, that's an extinct genus. Or extinct species. Oh, this species is very closely related to Ginkgo biloba, the only living species of the genus Ginkgo. Well, shoot, I guess I was right. There is only one living species. Huh. Let me catch up to chat, because I've been neglectful of you guys. I'm sorry. Yeah. Mia Miyakota says, man, I wish they planted those in the cities around where I live instead of the incredibly invasive Bradford pears. Shoot. Yeah, I wish that too. I'm sorry that's the case. Ginkgo Bilbo Baggins. There you go, sheepdog. And it's only a split second before my brain catches up, but it's happened at least 3 times. Nice, gamers. Nice. Yeah. And are there different species with a similar name? Win528? No, not for these critters. Not for these organisms. I guess these all have no common name because they're extinct. I guess there is only one living species. And it's right there. And it's endangered. At least in the wild. Yeah. Ginkgo biloba. Let's see if we can find a little YouTube video about these organisms. Taxonomy. Plant identification. Now let's take a look at this. PBS usually does pretty good stuff.
Autumn in New York City. The crisp air, rustling leaves, and oh, God, what is that smell? It smells like somebody threw up all over Brooklyn. Don't blame him. Blame this tree, the ginkgo biloba.
Yeah, give that guy a break. He's got it tough enough as it is.
The ginkgo biloba is a weird tree. It was here before every flowering plant on Earth. It watched dinosaurs play under its leaves and then go extinct, or turn into pigeons.
Oh, shoot. What was wrong with that right there, chat? What was wrong with that?
Under its leaves and then go extinct, or turn into pigeons.
Anybody have any ideas? Bird hip dinosaur turns into bird. I see no issue. There you go, Sir Steggles. Yeah, yeah. Apart from the soccer ball, this is not the group of dinosaurs that evolved into birds. That's Parasaurolophus. This is an ornithischian dinosaur. And despite being a bird-hipped dinosaur, the bird-hipped dinosaurs are not the ones that evolved into birds. The two-legged meat-eating dinosaurs evolved into birds. And it was only one species that eventually evolved, that, you know, gave rise to all modern birds. These guys are on the opposite side of the dinosaur family tree from birds. There we go. So looking at this phylogeny here, dinosaurs start here. There's your same dinosaur there, Parasaurolophus. See how it's on the opposite side of the family tree from birds? Birds evolved from small, two-legged, feathery, meat-eating dinosaurs. So yeah, we're talking about plant-eating dinosaurs today. Plant-eating dinosaurs did not give rise to birds. It was the meat-eating dinosaurs that did. The ones that walk on two legs and had feathers. And yeah. Anyway. Some of these dinosaurs too had feathers, but not the right kind of feathers like birds have today. There used to be a bunch of different kinds of feathers. So yeah. Anywho. Let's continue.
Its leaves and then go extinct, or turn into pigeons. Out of the 5 categories of plants that make seeds, the ginkgo, just one species, is all on its own. It's kind of an evolutionary oddity. And their seeds smell awful. Beneath your feet, that squishy carpet oozes out the same chemical found in rancid butter. And that seems like a strange strategy if your goal is to make baby trees. Unfortunately for plants, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Now, unlike their airborne cousins, seeds need to be carried off so that they don't compete with their parents for nutrients and light.
And let's see. Big STL skull. Oh, very cool, Retro Roadshow. Nice, nice. And Ken is correct. Yes, all birds are as closely related to T-Rex as all others. This is true because birds came from a single common ancestor. Aves is a monophyletic group. It's a clade. So birds all came from one ancestor, which means that all birds up here are equally closely related to T-Rex over here. Does that make sense? Yeah. And Sir Stegel says, have we determined if pycnofibers are homologous, I think is what you meant. Homologous to feathers? There's still debate over that, Sir Steggles. Yeah. Yeah. Pycnofibers like in pterosaurs? Or are those homologous to like the proto-feathers that we see in dinosaurs like Sinosauropteryx or Culinodromius? Jury's still out on that. We're still kind of arguing about that. Different paleontologists have got different views on that. So yeah. Anyway,
Fruits
let's continue.
Carried off so that they don't compete with their parents for nutrients and light. Fruits are plants' way of tricking animals into eating their seeds. So while we'll throw this away, for animals, everything goes in, and then later, everything comes out, complete with fertilizer. Besides my dog, who would eat a seed that smells like a dead animal? Well, the ginkgo is calling out to be eaten by a creature that's been
Scavengers.
dead for millions of years. We'll get back to that, but first, consider the avocado. Now, the avocado...
Oh, is he going to repeat that myth that the avocado's seeds were spread by ground sloths because, like, they specially evolved to be spread by ground sloths? Because I don't think that's actually true. I've spoken with a sloth researcher about this, and she's like, yeah, that's nonsense. It's not true. Yeah.
Avocados we eat today aren't that different from ones that grew in Mexico and
If
Central
you're feeling
America.
a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And Trappy Jenkins.
Is it true we've never found evidence of adult triceratops living together?
No, it is true, because they're all dead, Trappy. Yeah, we don't find them alive. It is kind of strange that you don't often find Triceratops in groups, but I think part of that is just that Triceratops are so big, and they're so... Digging up a Triceratops is like digging up a sauropod. They're just too big. And so... if you had multiple Triceratops at the same site, the odds that you'll actually dig up multiple of them are really low, unless you really know what you're doing. And frankly, a lot of the people who are digging up in Hell Creek don't necessarily know what they're doing. But there have been groups of Triceratops discovered before. They're not solitary animals. We've got no evidence that they're solitary. Sure, we don't have groups of thousands of them that died in the same place, like with Centrosaurus up in Alberta. Up in, I think, Dinosaur Provincial Park. But we don't have that for most ceratopsian dinosaurs. As far as we can tell, ceratopsians, the horned dinosaurs, you know, these guys, floating around right there, these were extraordinarily social creatures, we think. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway, but don't some other critters like Centrosaurus... I mean, we've just seen a lot of them. It's pretty special that we've got thousands of Centrosaurus that all died in the same place. But the majority of horned dinosaurs that have been named are known from, like, one specimen. Triceratops is known from a lot of specimens, but it's not all that often that they get found together, and that might be due to the preservational environments. It may not be like giant Mississippi-sized rivers that are these animals have to cross, like probably happened with Centrosaurus. Triceratops is probably more living in the lowlands. Maybe is not as migratory. They probably lived in herds, but it's not like you'd have 1,000 Triceratops all trying to cross a flooded river at the same time, like probably happened with those Centrosaurus. Let me see if I can find a clip of this for you. Shoot. I think that might be in this documentary. Nope, that's Tyrannosaurus. Never mind. I'm trying to find this clip for you. Looking. Now that's Mamenchisaurus. I don't know if I'm able to find it for you. But anyway, we've got this dinosaur Centrosaurus. And there have been literally hundreds or thousands of these animals discovered in the same place. There are these massive bone beds of these critters. And one idea for how you were able to get all these dinosaurs together in the same place in river bottom sediments, all jumbled up. Many of the bones are like, they seem to have been broken, like they got stepped on. These animals, much like wildebeests trying to cross a river, Centrosaurus may have been doing the same thing. And if they're doing this during a flood, these animals may have, well, a lot of them probably didn't make it. Well, we know a lot of them didn't make it. They died, and their bones are preserved there in the river bottom sediments. Could be that this is the sort of environment that you need for this kind of preservation. Triceratops probably wasn't living in environments like this where they've got to cross enormous rivers and that kind of thing. Triceratops is already just hanging out in swamps and floodplains and stuff like that. Different environment that it's living in, most likely. So that's why you've got different preservation for those two different animals. Doesn't mean that Triceratops didn't live in herds. You know, the fact that we haven't found 1,000 Triceratops all in the same place. That all died at the same time and place. Instead, we find one Triceratops here, one there, maybe two here, maybe three there, but mostly they're one at a time. Because they're living in a different environment. They're not having these mass attrition events, probably. Does that make sense, Trappy? Yeah. Good question. Good question. Yeah. Anyway. And I've never heard of Bapiosaurus being semi-aquatic. That's an interesting idea, reanimated bit. Maybe you're thinking of Dinochirus? Maybe? Which is not related, but it's got a superficially similar body plan. Yeah. And are there ceratopsians found outside the Americas? Absolutely. In fact, Americas, they're mostly from North America and Asia. I'm not sure we have any South American ceratopsians yet. Nodoceratops, which I think is dubious. I don't think we have any from Africa either. I think they're exclusively Laurasian. And there was rumors of an Australian Leptoceratopsid as well, but I think that's since been called into serious question. Yeah, here's one from Patagonia. It was most likely a ceratopsian, and it was found... Yeah, I'll believe it when I see it, I guess. Yeah. Toothless left denary now lost. This is why museums are important and why you gotta fund them and take care of them. Yeah. It was later dismissed because no other members of the group were known from the Southern Hemisphere. However, the 2003 discovery of another possible ceratopsian, Serendipiceratops, from Australia could change this view. And is this the... Yep. Yeah, it was the ulna. I kind of doubt that this is a ceratopsian at all. Anyway. But yeah, you've got a bunch of ceratopsians from... a bunch of ceratopsians from North America and a bunch from Asia. So these are all from North America here, except for these guys. It's like Tyrannoceratops, Protoceratops are from Asia. And then Sinoceratops, also from Asia. It means Chinese hornface. And, oh, I hate that these are the first results that you get. The garbage Jurassic World one with the dumb elephant feet and the literal holes in its frill. The fenestrae would not have been open air like that. This is... Ugh. Ugh. Garbage. Basura. Terrible. There's a much better reconstruction of what this animal would have looked like. Yeah. There's a good one there, too. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And what should their feet look like, says Nova Silence Twitch? Well, their forefeet in particular, their hands, should look like this. Fujiwara did a really excellent paper on this in like 2011, I think. And here's that figure. Yeah, this is what the hands should look like in the front. And this doesn't have... That's not the full figure. Let me find it for you. I have searched for this before, it seems. This is in the Journal of Vertebrate Paleontology. Oh, goodness. Let me just find it on Sci-Hub. So I don't have to log into the journal. It's always a pain in the butt. There we go. Yeah. There we go. So this is an excellent paper on this subject. They looked at a really beautiful Triceratops specimen, looked at its forelimbs, and the hands. Should look like this from the underside. Basically like that. Really, really cool. And if you look at really well-made plastic models, like this one of Yoshi's trike, this is actually a Triceratops specimen that I helped dig up in 2011. They got this right on there. They got this really right. And I am very impressed. So, not like an elephant, but like a Triceratops instead. You know, elephants got kind of a pillar-like limb. These animals, it's very different. The toes splay out like that. Or fingers, whatever you want to call them. The digits. They splay out. And then you've got the two in the back that don't really bear a lot of the weight. In fact, the one, digit 5 back there, might not actually contact the ground at all. Pretty cool, right? Yeah. Here's a link to this paper if you would like it. Probably play piano. Probably not very well, HD and HB. Yeah. In fact, it reminds me of a, here. Yeah. It reminds me of this old comic. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. Do I think sauropods had feet like elephants? Not really. Not exactly like elephants, no. Especially not in the back. Yeah. Sauropod dinosaurs. I don't know. Elephant limbs seem so clumsy compared to dinosaurs. Dinosaurs had much more elegant limbs, in my opinion. Sauropods, too. So even though they might seem kind of columnar, on the hands they had a big thumb claw in the front. There we go. And the hind feet have got claws that splay out to the sides, almost kind of like a tortoise. They don't have like the big stupid, you know, just like blunt nail that you see in movies like Jurassic World and stuff like that. Like they actually had claws on the back that go out to the sides. Let's see. Lee Hall, Denver Fowler, Scratch Digging, Sauropods. Here's a cool paper. Goes into detail about this. Sorry that's so small. Yeah, new research overturns previous hypothesis. Pretty cool. Oh, here's Lee and Ashley. So they kind of a paleo power couple. They're married to each other. Talking about this. Yeah, here, let's see. Let's see. Again from the Cleveland Museum of Natural History.
And I am the preparator and lab manager for the Department of Vertebrate Paleontology at the Cleveland Museum of Natural History.
And he isn't anymore now. He is, I think, lab manager at Museum of the Rockies in Bozeman, Montana, where I used to work, and where this critter, the Yoshi's Trike site specimen, is now reposited.
And I'm Ashley Hall, and I'm an educator at the museum. The research that we did is going to be in the book called Dinosaur Tracks, Next Steps, which is part of the IU Press series.
We looked specifically at the feet and the trackways left by sauropods because there were some competing hypotheses or scientific questions out there that were attempting to explain why.
So I've worked with Lee in the past. We actually both dug up this critter together. He's one of the crew chiefs. Him and Denver Fowler were the crew chiefs on this excavation, digging up the Yoshi's Trike site specimen.
And the morphology
back in 2011.
that I'm referring to is the large or hypertrophied
Here's a step-by-step guide to becoming a fossil. Step 1, die.
Oh no, Afro Bandit Girl, don't do that. Thank you for the 14 months.
Awesome things, Danny.
I appreciate you, and thank you for the 14 months of support. Really appreciate you, Afro Bandit Girl. As a Tier 2 subscriber, you're one of the very few subscribers who has access to the Paleo Hammer emote. Our Rock Hammer emote. Thanks for keeping me online at level 2 the past 14 months. Afro Bandit Girl, I appreciate you.
Hind feet. The reason this is interesting is because throughout the progression and evolution of sauropod dinosaurs...
See, this is not like an elephant. I mean, take a look at that. There's these claws that splay out to the sides. It's kind of like a tortoise.
Their forelimbs gradually lost all the fingers and claws from the front leg, except for digit 1. In some cases, they even lost digit 1. Or
Titanosaurs do actually have very columnar. I think they even lose all their phalanges, where it's just like they're literally walking on their metacarpals. They're walking on these bones. Their fingers go away after a while. So I guess it is kind of like an elephant, except they wouldn't have the nails on there, because even the fingers themselves are gone. They're just walking on their metacarpals. But anyway,
in the hind feet, the trend was to retain the large claws and to make them even bigger. But all the previous research had looked exclusively at the bones. These researchers had analyzed the toe bone.
Emeleth says, did mammoths have elephanty feet? Well, yeah, they are literally elephants, Emeleth. Yeah. So yes, absolutely. Yeah, anyway.
The foot bones and the claws, and they'd studied how the articulations between the different bones functioned. And nobody had actually looked at the actual trackways, the actual evidence that these animals left. It really made sense to go into this other type of analysis to try and understand what was really happening, because the nature of fossil footprints is that they are usually preserved because an animal was walking in soft mud.
So for our research, we actually studied over 30 different tracks, and we contacted
Pretty cool stuff.
researchers all over the world, got photographs, got personal communications with people, and basically any information we could for this. And so after compiling all the data, we looked through every single track to see exactly what the dinosaurs were doing with their feet. Were they gripping? Were they slipping? Were they sliding? Were they doing nothing at all?
And so to tie it all back together, if you are evolving these giant foot claws specifically for the purpose to avoid slipping and sliding in the mud, and if those foot claws are only useful when the foot is being flexed and the toes pulled downwards, you would expect to see that reflected in the tracks the dinosaurs left. But what we found instead was that in nearly every single track that we looked at, the toe claws were not pulled in under the foot, they were actually extended. So
interesting stuff.
It seems that the opposite is true in the case of at least the substrate grip hypothesis.
And that would make sense.
Pretty cool.
Sauropods lived all over the world. They weren't just living all the time in muddy substrate, so you wouldn't, it's not like a snowshoe hare that's in the snow, you know, most of the time, and they have these amazing feet to deal with snow. Sauropods were walking on hard ground and soft ground and muddy ground.
Yep, pretty cool. Here's a link to this video if you want to watch the rest of it. We're not going to watch the whole thing. Yeah. And Emelith says, not literally elephants. No, mammoths are literally elephants. Yes, they are. I'll tell you why. It's plausible that modern elephants aren't exact clones of mammoths, Mr. Smarty Pants. No, mammoths literally are a kind of elephant. It's based on how we classify living things. So we classify living things based on who their ancestors are. Woolly mammoths and Asian elephants are sister groups. So they came from a common ancestor. African elephants are over here. So mammoths are actually nested within the elephant family. They literally are a kind of elephant. So mammoths are more closely related to Asian elephants than either of them is to African elephants. Does that make sense? So mammoths literally are a kind of elephant. They're part of that clade, the elephant clade. They're part of that group. They are elephants. Yeah. Yeah, Ken, thank you for backing me up there. Yeah, yeah. And their feet were exactly the same. I mean, they inherited the same feet from their ancestors. So, yeah. Mammoths might have a few, like, minor modifications, but it's gonna be pretty much the same kind of thing. So, an African elephant and an Asian elephant, or Indian elephant, whatever you want to call it, African elephant and Asian elephant, their feet will be more different than the woolly mammoth and the Asian elephant. Does that make sense? Yeah. So yeah. And Mastodon is a little bit outside of that. Yeah, Mastodon is a different genus. Well, these are all three different genera. And Mastodons are outside of that. But let me show you. Let's find a family tree of proboscideans here. That'll work. Well, if it were legible, it's a little small. Revisiting proboscidean phylogeny and evolution through total evidence and paleogenetic analyses, including Nodiomastodon ancient DNA. Let's take a look. Yeah. Here we go. Let's find that phylogeny and make it big. Let's embiggen it. That'll work. Here we go. Yeah. So there's Elephantidae right there. Elephantidae, this is... So everything that comes off of this node is an elephant. Like in our modern parlance. And see how M. primigenius there? That's Mammuthus primigenius. That's the woolly mammoth. And there's the Columbian mammoth, Mammuthus columbii. There's Elephas, which I believe is the Asian elephant. Yeah, it's gotta be, because it's sister taxa with these guys. And L. africana, and L. cyclotis. That's Loxodon, which is the genus for African elephants. So mammoths are part of Elephantinae. They are elephants. Yeah. Does that make sense? And now, if you want to find mastodons, they are genus Mammut. There you go. Right there. So they're way over here. Mastodon are way over there. And if you were to see a mammoth and a mastodon side by side, they're actually pretty different looking animals. Yeah, so a mammoth has got this big hump on its back. It's a pretty tall animal. A mastodon would have been more squat. There we go. That's a lovely figure right there. For once, Encyclopedia Britannica is good for something. Paleontology-wise. Woolly mammoth, African elephant. See how similar these two are compared to, say, a mastodon? Mastodons were not grazers like elephants, like mammoths or African savanna elephants. They were browsers. They had totally different teeth. The teeth of mammoths and African elephants, and especially Asian elephants, very, very similar to each other. Here. There we go. So tooth of a mastodon with the big spiky cusps. Not spiky, but tall cusps. Tooth of a mammoth right there, very flat. So there's another example right there. Flat for mammoth. Big crowns, big cusps. Cusps, I guess is the right term. For the mastodon. Yeah. And let me show you an elephant tooth. Like a modern elephant tooth. And it's, there you go. Well, thank you, Golganak, for gifting Paleontologist VA. Yeah, see how flat it is on the bottom? Just like a mammoth. There's inside the mouth. See how flat that is? Yeah. Yeah, Asian elephant tooth. They do look a little cuspier when they're young, but they get ground down after a while. So that's from a very young elephant. Anyway, I hope all this makes sense. Yeah. Mastodon giving bear vibes. Yeah, MLF. It is a forest-dwelling creature, probably. Mastodon because they had those high-crowned teeth.
If it disagrees with
It's a browser, not a grazer.
it's wrong.
And David Peterson.
In that simple statement is the key to science.
Yes,
It doesn't make a
indeed.
difference how beautiful your guess is. It doesn't make a difference how smart you are who made the guess.
Yeah.
The name is, if it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong. That's all there is to it.
David Peterson.
And their 32 raiders are both beautiful and smart, and their raid agrees with experiment.
You heard it here first. David Peterson, thank you. Thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. How are you doing? How did your stream go? Tell me about it. Welcome back. It's good to have you here. If anybody's here for the very first time, welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here talking about mammoths and mastodons right now. This is outside my wheelhouse, but I know a little bit about it. But I don't study these critters. I study dinosaurs. That's what I work on. That's what I publish on in the scientific literature. Dinosaurs are what I dig up during the summers. You should check out the YouTube page if you want to see some of our Dinosaur Dig live streams from this past summer. Dug up at least 3 new species of dinosaur in Wyoming and Utah this summer. It was a ton of fun. Anyway, if anybody here is not yet following David Peterson, if you are, if you're familiar with the book series Mouse Guard and you're not following David Peterson, what's wrong? What are you even doing? Go check out David Peterson's page. David Peterson's channel. He streams Hart here on Twitch. Incredible artist. Drew me a Spinosaur that I'm trying to get framed pretty soon. Yeah, anyway, David Peterson, thank you for the raid. And my goodness, Sculpin! Thank you for those 5 gift subs. I appreciate that tremendously.
Sculpin01 is getting serious with those 5 gift subs.
Thank you, Sculpin. I appreciate you. That's excellent. There's 5 people in chat. Won't have to worry about any ads for the next month. Thank you for that, Sculpin. Appreciate you. Look, we are almost a 10th of the way to our goal for the week so far. David Peterson says, I was inking a variant cover for a comic called Animal Pound that is an American retelling of Animal Farm with a U.S. specific political Oh, that's super cool, David Peterson. Wow. I would love to see that. Shoot. I might have to check out that VOD. Very cool. Very cool. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And Dan the BC man says, hi, I thought you would do Alberta, Canada? Well, I myself am American. From the beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area. Although we don't have very many dinosaur fossils. Actually, no dinosaur fossils at all. From the Bay Area itself. I usually do fieldwork in places like Montana, Wyoming, Utah. Although, Godzilla willing, I might be doing some excavations in the Bay Area of some Pleistocene critters, including maybe some mammoths and mastodons at some point in the next year or so. We'll have to see. Might be longer. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway. And Soul Seeker Olga, thank you for the mouse guard love. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Anyway, today we are talking about my planned topic for the day is plant-eating dinosaurs. So let's get back into that, shall we? We are talking about the different plants that existed during the time of the dinosaurs, during the Mesozoic era. Which of them are still around today? And how we know about this. Plant eating evolved multiple times throughout the age of dinosaurs in every major group of dinosaurs. There is not one major group of dinosaurs that plant eating did not evolve in. In fact, there is only one group of dinosaurs that evolved to eat meat. The two-legged, meat-eating theropods. And even some groups of theropods later evolved plant-eating habits. They evolved to be herbivores, especially in the Cretaceous period. That might be tied to the rise of angiosperm plants, the flowering plants. But yeah. Check it closely for fossils. Cool, Urkarana, yeah. Anyway, we went kind of far afield here, but here. These are some of the plants that are around today that, you know, were also around during the time of the dinosaurs. Things like tree ferns, cycads, horsetails, ginkgos, conifers, club mosses, spike mosses, lycopods, and I forget the name of that tree in the background. They've got one at Berkeley outside the Gypsum Herbarium. Maybe I'll check on that tomorrow when I'm there. But yeah, there's some examples of some Mesozoic plants. There's a big, beautiful cycad there with that cone. Yeah. And here's a paleobotanist to talk a little bit about what plants existed during the time of the dinosaurs. This is Burke Museum of Seattle, curator of paleobotany, Dr. Carolyn Stromberg.
we see the evolution of flowering plants. And those are, of course, the plants that dominate most ecosystems and landscapes today. And those started coming right at the end of the age of dinosaurs.
Yeah, 130 million years ago. Yep.
What did plants look like when dinos roamed the earth?
Oh, she sounds like you, chat.
So, plants were actually not that different, I would say, or a lot of plants were similar. So a lot of the things that we have around today, like conifers and ferns and flowering plants, like I said, were around during different parts of the age of dinosaurs. Like I said, flowering plants evolved right at the end, or diversified right at the end. And they also weren't, for the most part, bigger or anything like that. So conifers are still very big, and they were big back then.
This drawer
And there were some groups.
Almost all of the North American identified specimens of Troodon.
And Soul Seeker, Olga, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Groups
yeah.
They were a little bit bigger, so there's a plant group called cycads. They look
like, we talked about cycads.
Short, chubby palms, maybe.
That is a palm right there. That's not a cycad. Cycads look like this. We were talking about these earlier. This is the one kind of cycad that's really common in cultivation. This is Cycas revoluta, also known as the Japanese sago cycad. And, yeah, they're very, very common in cultivation. So, like, they're the one kind of cycad that's actually easy to take care of. And you see these all over the world now in people's gardens and shopping malls, planted in city parks and stuff like that. Yeah, it's a cycad, and they get really tall. I know it might look kind of pineapple-y when they're short, but they get tall if they get given time to grow like that. Pretty neat. And they can get to be like over 20 feet tall. They are pretty neat plants. And, shoot, I think, here, cooking with poison in Japan. Take a look at this.
In a remote part of Japan lives a highly toxic plant called the cycad. And
yeah.
believe it or not, people consume it regularly.
Uh-huh.
Loved and cherished by the native people of Amami Oshima, eating the plant in its raw form could kill you.
Uh-huh. Wild stuff.
Amami Oshima is home to hundreds of types of toxic plants. The cycad has been a staple crop on the island for generations. Because it is so poisonous, locals take the
This, I think, might be where where that species first evolved. It's called the Japanese sago cycad. I think this is its native habitat.
It's safe for human consumption.
Those fruits. So dinosaurs probably ate these. Not this particular species, but the ancestors of these cycads lived tens of millions of years ago. Dinosaurs were probably eating these like I showed you earlier. I don't know if Stegosaurus in particular evolved to eat these, but I love these illustrations so much I want to show you again. Wonderful work by Larry Felder right here. There we go, Stegosaurus. And just gonna eat the rest of those cycad fruits on there while it's the dermal ossicles, those osteoderms, those little bones embedded in its throat skin, protect it from the spiky leaves. Yeah. It could be that cycads like this first evolved those fruits. Because dinosaurs like stegosaurs were spreading the seeds? I don't know. It's hard to say. And Faho Abelodonis, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here.
ものすごく長い歴史があるんです。水もいらない。非常にしつこく生えているというかね。溜めるとその毒がやっぱり体内に入ると効いてくるというね。 いろんな経験をしてね、何が一番良かったかということが。
Imagine that through trial and error, our ancestors found a way to take poison out of the cycad. How many people died doing that? Like, this is hard-won ancient knowledge, I betcha. Yeah, if that error there, HD, is a fatal one, holy cow. Yeah.
積み上げられてきたのがこのいわゆる毒さらしのさらし方の方法だと思います。
Through the process of fermentation and drying, the poison is extracted from the plant.
Huh.
うどんの粉に今なりこだけを入れてるけど。
Noodles with cycad starch. I would love to try that. Sponge cakes, chips,
カステラもで
mochi.
きます。お菓子ができます。まずね。それからお餅ができます。
That's very cool. I'd love to try that. I would love to try that. Oh, poor cycad.
この集落ではソテツの幹と芯ともう全体ですよね。美味しい木と美味しくない木と見分
How do you
けて
tell a delicious tree from a
切
non-delicious
り
tree?
始めますね。取ってきたらその爪を一を取って全部赤いのを全部取ってから幹と軸に分けて天日干しをします。
Wow. Huh.
干したら袋に入れて1週間から10日その様子を見ながら切ってから工程全部終わってからするまでやっぱ3週間ぐらいかかりますね。
So this is interesting stuff.
味はないんだけどね。味はないけど。
This is interesting because cycads belong to a group of plants that we call gymnosperms. And gymnosperms were the dominant group of plants during the age of dinosaurs. These are the non-flowering plants. So for the first half of the age of dinosaurs, there were no flowers. Flowers had not evolved yet. Instead, you had plants like, well, like these. Cycads, an extinct group called Bennettitales with the flower-like thing. Ignore the flower-like things. That's shouldn't be there. Horsetails, conifers, you know, like evergreen trees, club mosses and spike mosses and stuff like that. No flowers anywhere. Flowers don't evolve until the early Cretaceous period. That's wild to also no grasses. Grasses are also a flowering plant. Grass did not exist yet. So yeah. In a world without pollen? No, shoot, if you've ever been to a pine forest, yeah, almost most of these plants have pollen. Cycads have pollen. Conifers, evergreen trees have pollen. I don't think horsetails have pollen, but yeah, even ferns have pollen, or at least spores, unless they're seed ferns. But anyway, yeah. So it's funny, most of the plants that we eat today, well, shoot. Chat, shout out the names of some, well, don't shout it out, type it into chat. The names of some plants that we eat today. What are some plants that we eat today? I heard corn. Corn is, yes, of course, a flowering plant. What we call an angiosperm. Angiosperms are flowering plants. Tomatoes, flowering plant. Potato, flowering plant. Lettuce, flowering plant. Barley and beans. Brassica, cabbage, chronophage craft there. Yeah, that's a whole bunch of different edible plants are all brassica. Dandelions, rhubarb, flowering hibiscus. Garlic, almonds, watermelon, carrots, all flowering plants. Yes. Cheetos are made from probably mostly corn, right? That's a flowering plant. Yeah. All of these are flowering plants. Oats are flowering plants. Absolutely. Gamers haven't. Celery. Small stones are not plants. Rice, a flowering plant. Yeah. So yeah. Bamboo, a flowering plant. Bamboo, I think, is actually, strictly speaking, I think it's a kind of grass, isn't it? Anyway, all of these are flowering plants. Almost every plant that we eat, and shoot, I eat a bunch of plants because don't really eat meat. Happy World Vegetarian Day, by the way, to all those who celebrate. That's why we're talking about plant-eating dinosaurs today. Almost all of the plants that we eat are angiosperms, flowering plants. Those did not exist for the first half of the age of dinosaurs. I noticed that nobody said pine nuts. Somebody said cycad. Somebody was being cheeky. Pine nuts and cycad, those are two of the very, very few gymnosperm plants that people eat. So yeah. And reanimated, it was yesterday, but I didn't stream yesterday. So yeah. And people eat horsetails. Yeah. There's like not a lot of nutrition in there for us because we can't digest cellulose, Murph. But yeah, you're right. Don't eat ginkgo berries or you will puke. Yeah, there you go. S.V. Harkin, ginkgos are another. Ginkgo is another gymnosperm plant. So yeah, again, yeah.
And dinos roamed the earth.
Yep.
So plants were actually not that different, I would say, or a lot of plants were similar. So
yep.
A lot of the things that we have around today, like conifers and ferns and flowering plants, like I said, were around during different parts of the age of dinosaurs.
Flowering plants evolve in the second half of the age of dinosaurs, in the early Cretaceous period, about 130 million years ago, give or take.
I said,
yeah.
Flowering plants evolved right at the end.
Yeah.
Or
about halfway
right
through.
At the end.
They diversified right at the end. I love how, like a true scientist, she catches herself. She goes, "Well, that's not precisely true. They diversify right at the end," and she's right.
And
yeah.
They also weren't, for the most part, bigger or anything like that. So conifers are still very big, and they were big back then. And there were some groups that maybe were a little bit bigger. So there's a plant group called cycads. They look a bit like short, chubby palms, maybe. Those were.
This is not a cycad. That's literally like a coconut palm right there, I think. I mean, it's not a date palm. Yeah, it's coconut palm. Not a cycad. Whoever edited this video, they pooched that.
It could be a little bit bigger and branched and things like that back then. They live today mostly in the tropics, and are not that common today. There were also several groups of completely extinct seed plants. So seed plants are plants that make seeds, like conifers and flowering plants and ginkgo, for example.
Yep.
There were a lot of different weird and wonderful groups of seed plants around back in the age of dinosaurs that we don't have today.
Yep.
So
things like Benetatalis.
Generally,
I hope I'm saying that right. Benetatalis. 2 N's and 2 T's. So they looked kind of like cycads, but kind of more sparse. Like, they were weird. Weird plants, Benetatalis. And they go extinct in, I think, the Middle Cretaceous. Around the same time that stegosaurs go extinct. Interesting. Yeah. And again with the weird flowery things. They did not have flowers. That part's wrong. But anyway. Yeah.
Plants that had leaves just like ferns or similar to ferns, but then they also had seeds. So for a long time, paleobotanists were confused about what group they belonged to for that reason.
Yep.
What do you think is the weirdest plant that is now extinct?
I should get like TTS like this for all the chat questions. I'm kidding, chat.
Generally speaking, I would say that some of the weirdest plants that have been around were from before the age of dinosaurs. And those were a group of plants that we now call club mosses. And today those plants are quite small for the most part, and
These are super cool.
They live in sort of wet places in the forest or in wetlands and things like that. And back some 330 million years ago, those were enormous, tree-sized, up to 130 feet tall. So, and they dominated
Pretty cool.
in wetland forests back.
So these are called lycopods, I believe, right? Lycopod trees. So yeah. Pretty weird and cool. Many of them had like these weird scaly trunks. These are from mostly before the time of the dinosaurs. Things like lepidodendron. Yeah. Really cool, weird plants. With those scaly trunks. Yeah. Neat stuff. 130-foot moss would be so cool. So these are not like modern mosses. This is a group that we call club mosses. Club moss. Typed correctly. Today they look like this. They're mostly like, you know, ground cover plants. And I actually have one of these outside my office, but I need to figure out what I'm doing wrong because it's kind of yellowy looking. Parts of it look really healthy, parts of it are not happy. And I need to figure out what I'm doing wrong. I'm not going to show you yet till it's looks like it's in better shape. There's some golden club moss right there. Yeah. Cool plants. Cool plants. And members of that group got to be like 130 feet tall before the dinosaurs.
Back then. So I would say that those were probably some of the weirdest plants that I can think of that have been important on the landscape in Earth history. But that was before the age of dinosaurs.
Yep.
If you could have any ancient plant in your house today, what would it be?
Well, I love ferns. But I have not had that much luck growing ferns in my house.
Ferns can be tricky. Yeah.
One of the things is that I have a cat that really loves to nibble on plants. And so I need to find better places where I can grow some ferns because I really love the way their leaves are.
Also, I know from experience that if you get cat grass and you keep that cat grass there and the cats can focus on destroying the cat grass, sometimes they'll leave your ferns alone. I know this from experience. So yeah.
Another plant that I really love that was important during the age of dinosaurs is ginkgo, with those beautiful fan-shaped leaves. And I actually have a ginkgo in a pot outside my house. It's living in the yard right now. And I'm hoping
in Seattle, I guess.
Big
yeah.
One day.
I was in Seattle over the weekend, last weekend. Not this past weekend, but the weekend before. I saw a bunch of ginkgos planted there, which was neat.
Paleobotanists know what plants dinos ate.
So we can say sort of broadly what dinosaurs eat just by looking at their teeth. So you can tell if a dinosaur ate meat or plants. So T-Rex, for example, has really large, sharp, serrated.
That was probably the Tufts Love T-Rex right there. Given that this is a video from the Burke Museum. Very, very cool. Yeah.
That are good for eating meat. Whereas, for example, a Triceratops have teeth with a lot of
Nova
ridges
Silence,
that
I'm
are
sorry
good
that
for
your cats ate your
grinding
carnivorous
those
plants.
Fibrous, tough plants. But in terms of saying more specifically what plants plant-eating dinosaurs ate, we have to look at their fossilized poop, if we're lucky enough to get that. Those are called coprolites. And inside those coprolites, we can sometimes find different remains of plants. So either pieces of leaf, or we have to look under the microscope and we can see microscopic remains, like pieces of tissue, or maybe pollen, or silica remains that we call phytoliths that formed inside living plants.
Pretty cool. And following up from that, oh, here's a link to this video right here, by the way, if you want to watch the whole thing. But
So.
Nope. I know we've watched this semi-recently, but let's take a look at it again.
There doesn't seem to be much to find out on the prairie near Shoto, Montana. But for paleontologists like Corey Coverdale, this is hallowed ground.
Yeah, so we're going to scoot past this and we're going to get to coprolites.
Fossilized feces.
Technically known as a coprolite.
So skeletal fossils, they don't always tell you too much about the behavior of animals.
Right.
Because if you look at fossil feces, they are a byproduct of feeding activity of an animal. But in addition to diet, they can also tell you
Isn't that
about
cool, Effort Bandit Girl?
what
Yeah.
organisms might have been living along with the animal that defecated. And coprolites can also
snail,
tell
yeah.
you about the conditions under which they were preserved. As such, they give us a totally
Pretty cool stuff.
perspective on an ancient environment than we get from the bones.
Sadly, these fecal fortunes are far more rare than skeletal bones.
It's a little bit paradoxical that an animal only died once in its lifetime, but it defecated gazillions of times. But even so, coprolites from terrestrial animals are much rarer than their skeletal fossils.
Their scarcity has a lot to do with how fossils are formed.
Yep, and we talked about this last time, but let's get to the part here, I believe.
All the coprolites Dr. Chin has examined, none have provided more insights than those from western Montana's Two Medicine Formation.
Yeah. Probably Maiasaura coprolites.
Coprolites. And one thing that they revealed early on was the presence of very distinctive burrows that indicate the activity of dung beetles.
Pretty
As well
cool.
as the occasional snail shell. More importantly,
They were filled with tiny pieces of conifer wood.
Dr. Chin mulled over those wood fibers until she realized that the dinosaur that ate them wasn't just munching on a pine tree.
So, this is really interesting, and it kind of gets into a question that some chatters were asking earlier. It's like, would plant-eating dinosaurs have eaten meat or other things occasionally? And that's really hard to say just by looking at their teeth or looking at the shapes of their mouths or something like that. But
the history of life, it's very
Witch Hannah, thank you.
fortuitous, chancy character.
Appreciate
we are
the 7
literally
months of
here
support.
only because of the good fortune of dinosaur extinction.
Hello,
Witch Hannah,
guys.
thank you.
Hello, everyone. Paleo dance, paleo dance.
Hello to you
paleo
too.
dance.
Thanks for the 7 months of support there. Thanks for helping me prevent extinction from myself through your financial support. I appreciate you, Witch Hannah. I do. As I was saying, just looking at dinosaur teeth, the shapes of their mouths to try and determine diet, that can only really take you so far. If you want to actually figure out what they were eating, well, coprolites are a fantastic way to do that.
The wood had actually been rotted before the dinosaurs ingested it. We don't have modern
Ash Rubber says, do we have examples of omnivorous dinosaurs? Watch.
herbivores like elephants making a practice of feeding on rotting wood, so that was a real surprise.
But Dr. Chin had a hunch that maybe these duck-billed dinosaurs had been snacking on something else entirely.
Invertebrates frequent rotting wood, so if those dinosaurs needed a good source of protein, they go to a rotten log, and that's a great way to find proteinaceous invertebrates.
Her hypothesis was backed up
There you go.
when colleagues at the Denver Museum of Natural History and Science made their own fecal find.
They found coprolites in the Kaparowitz Formation, which is the same age as a tree medicine. They also have
Mostly,
rotted
roughly the same
wood
age, I think.
inside. They also have evidence of dung beetles inside. But in addition, they have actually pieces of broken up crustaceans. They were clearly broken up, so they were ingested.
So this is a plant-eating dinosaur, maybe a ceratopsian or maybe a duck-billed dinosaur. I'm actually not sure who the poopatrator was there, to borrow a term from Karen Chin. But this is a dinosaur that, you know, it's an herbivore, But it was eating some crayfish or some little crabby guys. It was eating some crustaceans. So that's an example of some omnivory. Yeah. Surf and turf. There you go, Ash Rubber. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Put together, these plain lumpy rocks reveal a whole ecosystem.
We have hadrosaurs, we have conifers, we have white rot fungi, and we have dung beetles and snails, all in this one ecosystem, and we have fossil evidence of how these guys interacted. We can't get that from simple body fossils.
Yep.
Out on the prairie of western Montana, precious coprolites are waiting to be dug up. You probably won't see them displayed in a museum like fossil bones, but they're sure to provide us a spectacular glimpse into the ancient past.
Pretty cool. Pretty cool. And does she talk about finding the poopatrator? Let's go back to here.
It has a lot to do with how fossils are formed.
Yep.
Feeding.
It's going to be incredibly difficult to identify.
Here we go.
Fossil feces can have many different colors. It can be pancake, they can be bulbous, they can be sausage-shaped, and we have to look at
Shape is often a good indicator of
to try and determine if it is
who was the
fossil
phantom pooper,
feces
you know?
or just a pretty rock.
Once she's fairly certain she's got the real deal, Dr. Chin can begin to investigate its origins.
You don't know who the poopatrator was, right? I will first see if I can see anything recognizable.
Should that be an alert?
Got the real deal. Dr. Chin can begin to investigate its origins.
Should this be an alert right here?
You don't know who the poopatrator was, right?
Let me make a note of that.
I will first see if I can see anything recognizable on the surface, such as dietary residues or burrows from organism that burrowed in after it was deposited. I may make a thin section of it. I cut out a little piece and then I grind that down so you can see through it. Again, it's almost like you're in the field. You're like searching around the slide. Oh, what is that? Clues that say these are plant cells, these are animal cells, this is a piece of bone, it's a piece of shell.
Dr. Chin and her colleagues can then start to get into the nitty-gritty.
I might do a chemical analysis of it to see what kind of mineralogy it had. You can look at organic geochemical analyses or isotopic analyses. This is a kind of a new field in studying coprolites.
And with new techniques can come new insights.
One of my colleagues, James Super, analyzed some coprolites from the Arctic. Inside, he found compounds that give us clues about how warm it was 78 million years ago above the Arctic Circle.
But of all the coprolites Dr. Chin has examined, none have provided more insights than those from western Montana's Two Medicine Formation.
Yep. And that gets into the part of the video that we already watched. So yeah, interesting stuff. If we want to figure out what these plant-eating dinosaurs were actually eating, there's a few different ways you can go about that. You could look at isotopes from their teeth. You could look at the morphology of their teeth and their mouth shape and stuff like that. And you can kind of speculate about what they were doing, but if you actually want to figure out what they were eating, coprolites are a fantastic way to do it, as long as you can match the coprolite to the poopatrator. That's, you know, if you can't do that, then, hell, and what good is it, really? Our 3D print is almost done here. Should I angle that camera up so you can actually see what's going on? It's gotten too tall. There we go. Print more of our coelacanth here. Looks like it's just doing finishing touches right now. Yeah. Yeah. And Elmeda says that could be the alert for anonymous gifting. That's a great idea, Elmeda. I like that. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Cool stuff. Golganic, are you as excited as I am about this coelacanth? Oh, boy. Yeah. Anyway. You know, we were talking about these... How in every major group of dinosaurs you have plant-eating evolving. Let's go back to our Mark Hallett. I would love to see a modernized version of this. But yeah, every major group of dinosaurs. The sauropodomorphs. The stegosaurs, the ankylosaurs, the ornithopods, the ceratopsians, they were all plant eaters. And even your sole group of meat-eating dinosaurs, the only group that specifically evolved to eat meat, the theropods over here, even they had members of this group that evolved to eat plants. At least like 6 or 7 times, I think. Probably ornithomimosaurs, oviraptorosaurs, limusaurs, Chilesaurus, whatever that is. Therizinosaurs. Yeah, that's what, 6 right there? Herbivories evolved multiple times in birds as well, and there's probably some other groups that I'm not even remembering right now that also evolved to eat plants. But let's take a look at one of those groups. This is a really, really cool example, if you ask me, and a wonderful little documentary. Called Utah's Dinosaur Graveyard. And you'll see some members of my crew from this summer in this documentary here. Here, let's start at the beginning and then we'll fast forward to the herbivory parts.
When the first dinosaur appeared some 230 million years ago, it was a small, speedy predator.
Yep.
The entire dinosaur family, which ruled the Earth for the next 165 million years, was born of this small beast. Early in its evolution, 2 separate lines of plant-eating dinosaurs appeared.
Yep.
How they evolved from that first carnivore is still an unsolved mystery. Over 100 million years after this first dinosaur, during the early Cretaceous period, a group of predatory theropods would begin this same incredible metamorphosis from meat-eating to plant-eating. The
pretty cool
link of this passage has just been uncovered on a Utah mesa in a that contains hundreds, possibly thousands of skeletons. The bones of the newly found species, named Falcarius utahensis, traces the journey from meat-eating predator to lumbering vegetarian.
Yeah, it's a transition that I myself can relate to, having gone vegetarian in what would have been December of 2011. It's a long time ago. 12 years ago. Holy cow. Yeah. It was my second year of college. One of the most, I think, criminally underrated dinosaurs. Not nearly enough attention is paid among the general public to this incredible dinosaur, Falcarius. It is incredibly cool. And I would love to see more people get excited about this really, really awesome dinosaur. I'm also lumbering now. I'm sitting down right now, Rad Acid. But, I'm actually not very good at lumbering. I'm a little bit too live. A little bit too graceful. Yeah. Look at that beautiful feathery critter right there. Look at her, she's gorgeous.
In a barren Utah wasteland, a group of scientists is journeying back in time, 125 million years. What they are uncovering may change what we know about dinosaurs forever.
Kind of. It more enhances what we know about dinosaurs. But there is Assistant Utah State Paleontologist Dawn DeBlue and Utah State Paleontologist Jim Kirkland right there. The dynamic duo, the Abbott and Costello of Utah vertebrate paleontology. These were my fearless leaders this summer in the field. Those of you who were here for those streams, remember. Joshua Sweet, thank you for the 15. No. Joshua Sweet, I appreciate you. Thank you for the 15 months of support. That is exquisite. I appreciate your support and your cantankerous attitude, Joshua Sweet. Thanks for keeping me online for almost a whole year. 15 months. That's pretty extraordinary. I appreciate that. Let me see if I can find you a video with Jim and Don. How about this one?
Putting a better date on it.
There's Jim right there.
Than they had in the past.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, we're about 15 million years earlier. But we don't get.
And there's Jim again in the quarry.
Do that with,
There's Fisher in the background.
Yeah, that'd be really, really cool. Like, have a whole rock column on here, make it look a little bit more artsy. Nice.
Oh, I still got to do this for Jim. Shoot.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah,
We
the
should do
facts
that.
are there. We just need to pretty it up, really.
Yeah, good stuff.
Well, there's Don
cool.
in the background.
Well, let me know if you got any other questions, chat. Literally.
Yep,
Yeah.
Don DeBlue.
How many different jackets or specimens do we have today that were just collected?
Yeah.
I mean, you can look in the back of the truck if you want to see some of the big jackets.
Yeah, let's take a look at those.
I got a couple people on that.
This is probably some of the same shade tarps that you're going to see in the documentary, too.
Let's see.
It's the same conduit. Yeah. Because that was 2006, I think, was the Crystal Geyser big excavation. I remember Don saying, like, oh, yeah, I recognize this brush. We've had this brush since 2006. Little camel hair paintbrush, you know? Probably cost 50 cents. And some of the same equipment been using, this cheapo equipment, since 2006. Every single summer using the same equipment. Dinosaur paleontology is, oh man, the way we pinch pennies. It's incredible. Yeah. And if it works, it works, says Sir Steggles. It doesn't always work. That's the thing. We would be more effective with newer gear, but we don't have the budget for it. We got to keep reusing these ratty old brushes and stuff until it's just a couple of bristles, you know? It's like, shoot. There we go.
How do you expect us to teach with these supplies? Well, this pointer's so old it's worn down to a nub.
It still points, doesn't it?
Stop that! And
Yeah. Yeah. Some of the same gear you're going to see in this documentary is the gear that we were using this year in the field. In the year of our Lord 2023. Holy cow. It's been a long time.
Dino expert Jim Kirkland and his dedicated crew battle searing 100-degree temperatures as they pick, scrape, and claw.
One hair and some air. There you go, music. Yeah.
A dinosaur mass graveyard.
If we're conservative, we can guess that perhaps there's 1 million bones of this animal within this
Holy
area.
cow. 1 million bones of this dinosaur. This particular genus and species, Falcarius. That is incredible. It's a shame this dinosaur does not get more attention. Like, shoot, this should have been one of the stars of Jurassic World. But then they would have to put they'd have to put feathers on a dinosaur. They didn't want to do that back in 2015.
That's a pretty extraordinary sample. Most dinosaurs are only known by a few bones, a partial skeleton from one individual.
Yep.
Here we're going to understand a population that we believe was probably killed about the same time.
The Discovery Quest scientist is a veteran dinosaur hunter who has discovered numerous new species, including the most dominant killer of the early Cretaceous period, Utahraptor, and the first therizinosaur ever discovered in North America.
Yeah, Nothronicus.
Now, this new find...
So, we're probably using that same brush.
Promises the biggest ever.
And we actually know that they were some of the same brushes because people wrote like jokes on the brushes, like put little jokey labels on them. And Don's like, "Oh yeah, I remember that from 2006. That was the joke that we had in the quarry in 2006."
We're very fortunate in this site. We have so much skeleton material from babies to adults. We have every element of the animal represented.
Same metal conduit there.
Except for a few parts of the front of the skull and the front of the jaws.
And Ken says, I'm always surprised I don't hear more about how therizinosaurs look like a poor attempt at sauropodomorphs. That's the thing, is that they were thought to have been... Shoot, you see this in books from the 90s. Ideas that, like, oh, maybe segnosaurs, which therizinosaurs were often called back in the day. Maybe they're a weird group of relict prosauropods. Yeah. Anyway.
It was an animal that probably reached about 3 feet at the hips, walked on its hind legs.
Yeah.
Had a particularly long tail. Got large forelimbs with large raptorial claws. Basically, even for an animal with 3 foot hip height, this thing could probably
go, Red
palm
Acid,
a basketball with its large hands. Long.
Well, imagine if you were 3 feet tall at the hips and could palm them. Well, some of you probably are.
Elongated neck and a fairly small, elongate head. Particularly interesting in this is it's got very tiny teeth. This thing has probably over 100 teeth, and these tiny teeth were not what you would expect in a typical meat-eating dinosaur.
Pretty cool.
This group of animals is thought to be classically plant-eating animals. This is one that is so primitive it might be in the transition.
Yep. Transitioning from being a carnivore to being an herbivore.
The act of evolving from a predator into a plant eater.
How cool is that? Oh man, I'm so glad we got to this today. I'm so glad that we had time to get to this point, because this is really, really fascinating. This is a transition that's happened multiple times throughout the age of dinosaurs, probably 6 or 7 or 8, maybe 9 times, maybe more, going from a meat-eating dinosaur to a plant-eating dinosaur. You know, evolving herbivory. And it's super cool that this is a dinosaur that's kind of caught in the act there.
The thing that really struck me about this site and the animal once I saw the teeth and the vertebra was that we had a therizinosaur, an animal that's best known from Asia. Only a couple years earlier, a fellow by the name of Doug Wolf and myself, we described the first therizinosaur ever found in North America.
Yeah.
And that was pretty exciting. We were charged. And then just a couple years later, we stumble onto this animal.
That's pretty neat. So the animal that he's talking about there is
Because Camarasaurus
is where is that critter? Looking. Here we go. Uh-oh. What a weird creature. Neither, it's both. I love that line. Ooh, get wrecked, Dromaeosaur. Ugh. Anyway. I can say that because this animal turned out to not actually be a Dromaeosaur. It turned out to be an early Tyrannosauroid. So that whole part of this documentary was wrong. Jim and I talked about that this summer. He's like, yeah, well, at the time we thought it was a dromaeosaur.
A real mean kid. With 6-inch daggers for teeth, he was the terror of his neighborhood.
And certainly not an herbivore. Tyrannosaur. Ash G OTW, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Anyway, therizinosaurs would have looked a little something like this. They're basically like big, weird, probably shaggy. We know they had feathers. Probably shaggy. It's almost like they're a giant ground sloth long before giant ground sloths ever evolved. Kind of like a big, weird, shaggy, feathery, like Big Bird mixed with sloth? I don't know. Yeah. Weird critters, therizinosaurs. And we know that they were plant eaters. They've got this big distended gut on them. They've got these kind of big, heavy, slow, clumsy feet. So we don't think they were particularly fast runners at all. Yeah. Just, here's one without feathers. Now we know they had feathers all over them. But, like, it's big pot belly for fermenting vegetation. Pretty cool critters. And with dinosaurs like Erlikosaurus, which is the one I showed you there, I would show you the skull that I have 3D printed, but it's... I haven't painted it yet, and it's made out of black filament, so it'd be really difficult to see. But I can show you here on Sketchfab, the 3D model. Yeah. Oh, these guys are cool. So, this is not the one I was looking for. It's... Is this the better one? Where it's not as blurry? I bet you it is. Yeah. There you go. That's in focus. So they've got these simple peg-like teeth. Was it shift? Yeah. The shift key, I can move it around like that. They've got these very simple peg-like teeth like that, but the front of their jaw has become toothless, especially in the top. So we know these guys had basically a beak for cropping vegetation there. These teeth seem to be reduced, so they're kind of on the way to losing their teeth. Yeah. These guys evolved from meat-eating ancestors, and they are, over millions of years, getting better and better at eating plants, and they're losing that meat-eating heritage over time. They don't have big, sharp teeth anymore. They're developing a toothless beak over time, which is really, really cool. Yeah. And interesting that the teeth don't line up. I know, right, Rizudegu? Yeah. Yeah. So, also notice at the front, at the very front of the lower jaw, no teeth anymore, too. So it's probably like over time, these animals would just lose all of their teeth. The problem with therizinosaurs is they've got pretty delicate skulls, and they don't fossilize very well. This skull right here for Erlikosaurus is the best therizinosaur skull we have from anywhere in the world. We don't really know what the skull looked like for later therizinosaurs that get bigger and more advanced, like Therizinosaurus. We don't know what their skulls looked like. And Dan the BC Man, thanks for the follow. Thank you, thank you. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway. And good luck with your class, Dan. Thanks for being here. I hope to see you next time. I stream every weekday. So, tune in whenever you want to. It'd be great to have you here. And Druvzilla says, are those sclerotic rings common in dinosaurs? Pretty much universal, we think. Druvzilla. Most animals that have skulls have got that ring of bone in the eye. The exceptions are mammals and crocodiles. Mammals and crocodilians don't have that. So probably most, if not all, non-avian dinosaurs would have had that. This is a basal dinosaur feature. If a dinosaur didn't have that bony eye ring inside, it would have to be because they lost that through evolution. They'd have to, like, specifically lose that, it seems. Because I think all the major clades of dinosaurs have that. I think ceratopsians, theropods, sauropods probably had it too. I'm not 100% sure about sauropods, actually. Anyway, yeah. But most animals today have that. I know people ask about this all the time. Whenever I show an image that has the sclerotic ring, but here's fishes, lizards, birds, all with sclerotic rings. Yeah. So, modern birds have it, so we know their theropod ancestors had it. We've got multiple groups of dinosaurs that would have had it. I don't think it's just a theropod thing. I think we've got it from every major group of dinosaurs. But yeah, it's honestly weird when animals don't have that bony eye ring. We don't have it in crocodilians, and we don't have it in mammals, for whatever reason. Yeah. Where is the Wikipedia page? There we go. Rings of bone found in the eyes of many animals and several groups of vertebrates, except for mammals. Amphibians. Okay, they don't have it. That makes sense. And crocodilians. Yeah. The ring is located within the soft tissue of the sclera, commonly known as the white of the eye. So yeah, pretty cool. But we mammals don't have this. Yeah. Amelia Bedelia says, what is a herd of dinosaurs called? A herd? A group? Group is usually the name that I hear. But yeah. And Cloud says, my name is Dino Lover. Well, hey, Dino Lover, welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Sounds like you're in the right place. Let's get back to our documentary.
And this animal is much, much older, perhaps the oldest one in the world. We have the biggest collection of material from this animal of any specimen
and that's
anywhere in the world.
I think that's Jim's same tent from back
Kirkland was grateful to get. It was a private collector who...
Oh, boy, and people are talking about the names for groups of animals. Those are all made up, but, like, those aren't real. Like, you will not find those... The only place that those group names exist, like, oh, a snuggle of spinner dolphins, or I don't know, a wobbledygump of tarantulas. Like, those are not real. That's not real. The only place that those names exist are in lists of those names, where it's like, here's some fun facts. They're made up specifically for those lists, and those are the only times those are ever used. Like, we've talked about this several times on this channel before, but, here's an article. I'm not going to go over it in detail right now, but if you're curious about it, here's an article about this. Yeah. No one ever says a clouder of cats, Mila Bedelia. No. It's like, that's... Yeah. Yeah, asking different researchers. Have you ever referred to a group of vultures as a venue? Dr. Keith L. Bildstein, Sarkis Akopian Director of Conservation Science, Hawk Mountain Sanctuary. No, I have not. Have you used the term chain for a group of bobolinks? Dr. Noah Perlut, bobolink researcher, University of New England. I've now studied bobolinks extensively for 14 years, and no, I've never heard it. Have you ever called a group of woodcocks a fall? Jake Walker studied woodcocks for his master's thesis at Trent University, Ontario. I sure as hell would never say it, nor have I ever heard it said. Oh, boy. Anyway, there's that link. Check it out. Yeah. And a bubble, it's kind of bird reanimated bit. Yeah. Yep. See? Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. It is a cute bird. I agree. You know what else is cute? Falcarius. Let's talk about that critter. Oh, shoot.
What caused Falcarius to die in these huge numbers? What attracted them to this particular place? These are just some of the questions Kirkland's team hopes to answer as they search for clues in this dinosaur graveyard. Don DeBlue manages the removal of these historic remains.
Well, here in the dig site, we have about a meter of.
Don looks like he just walked out of a biker bar or something like that.
Bone bearing.
He looks so different.
Sediment, and the bones are distributed pretty evenly throughout that meter. And we use our little picks to just kind of push gently through the matrix until we hit one of the little nodules.
That's Don, Murph. That's Don right there. This is our same Don as from this summer. Yeah.
So, yeah, important bit of dinosaur bone.
And a bunch of the little wrap-ups down here.
Yeah.
The
season's bounty. Let's see.
We'll find Don up close.
Yeah, some of our larger jackets there.
Looking.
Excellent. Good stuff. All of our hard work. Yeah.
I sure say yeah a lot in these VODs. Yeah.
And the dinosaur's name is pronounced Seoch. I think that's why the pun doesn't really work that well. Sorry.
Let's find another video with Don DeBlue. Try this one.
So we're digging up. So in order to be able to actually get down to the dinosaur bones, first we got to remove all the stuff that's above it, the overburden. So it's hard work. Mirasaurus came from right over there, right?
Yeah, pretty much out where the.
There's Don today.
Oh, okay.
Or this summer.
Mirasaurus is a sauropod dinosaur, long neck plant-eating dinosaur. How big do you think Mirasaurus would get? 40, 50 feet? Like medium to smaller sauropod.
Probably, not quite adult, like sub-adult, but at the hip it would have been 6 feet tall or something, maybe a little bit longer.
Nice.
So.
Yeah. Cool.
And then take the brush.
There's Don back in 2006, I guess.
Sweep that away, put it into our bucket.
Let's find some more discussion of this animal and its diet.
That this spread of these new.
There we go.
The answers to the mysteries surrounding Falcarius can be found in the time it was living. During the early Cretaceous era, temperatures were rising, and so were sea levels.
We have talked about Iguanodon today, Tila, yeah.
Change.
It wasn't until the early Cretaceous that one group of carnivores evolved to be probably, as far as we can tell today,
Iguanodon.
herbivores. Falcarius, though, is a true missing link. Here we have an animal that allows us to tell the story of how we went from a velociraptor-type predator to something that was a large-bodied, full-blown plant eater. Now, another interesting thing is going on in the world at this time. Flowering plants
Welcome back,
for the first time and really starting to take over.
Tia Aurora, good to have you here.
That this spread of these new plants helped to lead to the evolution of Falcarius, this predator turned herbivore.
The discovery of Falcarius provides a unique opportunity to see what features this early therizinosaur preserved from its meat-eating ancestors.
So how do we know that therizinosaurs evolved from raptor-like dinosaurs? When we find an animal that's primitive like Falcarius, we're able to look at its anatomy and see things that have been retained from its ancestors.
Appreciate you, Tia.
For
It's
instance,
good to have
in
you
the
here.
case of Falcarius, which represents early therizinosaurs, we're still able to see predatory features like sharp claws. In the case of raptor dinosaurs, folding arms. This is the forelimb of Falcarius. One of the things that's easy to recognize about it is that it basically looks like a raptor dinosaur. It's long, it's elongate, the
A
bones
dromaeosaur is,
are not thick and robust.
or Maniraptoran, I guess is what she means,
The
yeah.
claws are still predatory dinosaurs.
Maybe that makes me a snob, but I still rankle a little bit when paleontologists say raptor dinosaur. Because I don't know what that's supposed to convey. Does that mean a dromaeosaur? Does that mean a deinonychosaur? Does that include troodontids too? Does it include Maniraptorans as a whole? Or is it Paniraptorans? Is it aviolans? What are we talking here? Raptors. If it's Maniraptorans, then birds would also be raptors. You know, it would be a grade rather than a clade, a non-monophyletic group, and it rankles me.
Dinosaur claws. There hasn't been that much change.
And yeah, the therizinosaur looked terrible in Jurassic World. I agree.
When we look at the
Tia
legs
Aurora, yeah.
of this animal, one of the really significant features we see with Falcarius is the lower leg bones are significantly longer than the upper leg bones.
Interesting.
These are features we see in running animals. It's a real character of all the Maniraptorans. Velociraptor, the Oviraptors.
The sharp claws, long
See?
forelimbs, and fat...
There's Jim being precise with his language there. Jim's usually pretty precise about his language like that. Sometimes he talks over people's heads, but that's the thing, is that if you're excited about this information, then at least you don't feel like you're being talked down to. You know, I try and emulate that kind of thing too. I'm not always great at it, but I try and use precise language when I'm talking about different groups of dinosaurs. I try and use the actual clade names whenever I can, because I don't know, I don't want anybody to feel like I'm talking down to them. And I just feel bad if I don't use the precise terminology. It like hurts my heart a little bit.
Fast running capabilities all trace back to the raptor roots of Falcarius.
All later therizinosaurs that we know of have femurs that are longer than the lower legs. This is a sign of an animal that's moving much more slowly. In addition, this animal still has a pretty typical theropod three-toed foot with three functional toes, but the little dew claw here in later therizinosaurs becomes larger and actually becomes a weight-supporting toe once again.
What makes Falcarius unique in the fossil world is that now, for the first time, scientists have a missing link. A step in the evolutionary transformation from a predatory raptor to a plant-eating therizinosaur.
One of the things we know you have to do to build a therizinosaur is to take a velociraptor-like animal and give it a huge gut and shrink its legs down, add a couple extra toes, and lengthen its neck and shrink its head and give it small leaf-shaped teeth instead of those sharp blade-like teeth like a predatory dinosaur would have. Previously, we had no real information on how this transition was happening. With the discovery of Falcarius, we're able to take an in-depth look, sort of a time slice in evolution, and take a close look at what areas of the skeleton are changing.
Pretty cool.
When we look at the hip region here, we see some features that are very important in the therizinosaurs that are developed much more so later. They begin to flare the hip out laterally, pull the bones at the base of the hips back, basically creating a large basket to support the digestive system that a plant-eating animal needs. And this has already begun to do this, and there's really not much reason you would start expanding your abdominal cavity unless you were going to process something that was more difficult to digest.
So again, plants are more difficult to digest than meat when you do it at a large scale. So like a plant-eating animal needs to have a bigger gut than a meat-eating animal, because plants are not as calorie dense as meat is. And so if you're going to make this transition from carnivory to herbivory, from meat eating to plant eating, like therizinosaurs did, and like many other groups of dinosaurs did too, you got to embiggen your gut.
In a unique twist of evolution, Falcarius represents a meat-eater forsaking its bloodthirsty ancestry as it becomes a vegetarian.
And that's not unique. That's the opposite of unique. That's the way it usually goes. In the history of dinosaurs, in their evolution from the, late Triassic to the end of the Cretaceous, again and again and again, different groups of meat-eating dinosaurs evolved to eat plants. I can't think of a single instance where it's the other way around, where a plant eater evolves to eat meat. It's always meat eater to plant eater. Pachycephalosaurs might be a weird exception, but they might have been like kind of fence sitters there. Maybe they ate meat early on, and then later in ontogeny, they mostly eat plants or something. We're still trying to figure out what's going on with pachycephalosaurs, actually. Here we go. From, oh, come on. From National Geographic. There we go. Let's try this and hope it works. Oh, Firefox 2? My goodness. NationalGeographic.com has gotten really annoying. Sign in. I'm literally mentioned in this article. It's annoying that they don't... They make me create a new account and blah, blah, blah. Here we go. Yeah. Vegetarian dinosaur may have actually eaten meat, study suggests. Skull suggests. So this is a dinosaur, Pachycephalosaurus.
Probably no other creatures on the planet have struck as much fear and awe in our hearts.
Stop it. There we go. Let me try and find you a decent Pachycephalosaurus. That's a pretty good one there. Yeah, Pachycephalosaurus. There we go. Mark Goodwin of UCMP in Berkeley, alongside Dave Evans. They've studied several new Pachycephalosaurus specimens. New juvenile skull. Finding teeth that look to all intents and purposes like theropod teeth in the new skull was a great surprise, Goodwin says. He speculates that these animals may have been opportunistic eaters, and at least partly carnivorous, perhaps changing their diet seasonally, as many bears do today. So this could be the sole example of a plant-eating group of dinosaurs that may have evolved to eat meat, at least some of the time. And, oh, and who's this dingus here? Anyway, here's a link to this article. Check it out. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Let's get back to our documentary here with Falcarius.
Well, if we take a look at this meat-eating dinosaur that would have been a close relative of Falcarius, you can see it has sharp blade-like teeth that would be serrated like a knife. If we look at the teeth of Falcarius, you notice they're smaller, more densely packed. They're not serrated the same way that the meat-eating teeth were, and they're leaf-shaped, so they're much better suited for eating plants.
Pretty cool.
The enlarged gut and smaller teeth were directly related to the change in diet that occurred with Falcarius. Other more subtle changes were just beginning.
Kieran, I don't know why your comment made me laugh, but eat a branch, taste a bug. Tasty. That sounds like it should be like a little jingle for some sort of snack food or something like that. Like, doot, 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 doot. Eat a branch, taste a bug. Mmm, tasty. I appreciate you, Kieran. Thank you for being here. Yeah.
And then as a really exciting feature, we see this specialized elongate neck. Now, as you look at this neck, it looks heavy, but the bones are full of air sacs. And really, none of the bone in this neck is more than 2 millimeters thick.
It's extremely thin bone.
Dry neck bones with helium, they'd probably float. Now, for Falcarius, we had hundreds, thousands of bones
Maybe.
mixed up in the quarry. And when we describe an animal, we have to
Jim gets his point across.
to make the type specimen, to define the species on. And for the case of Falcarius, we picked a bone that had lots of different features to it. You want something that has a lot of parts you can describe. And for this purpose, we used the brain case. Now, the very distinctive feature for Falcarius that we don't see in any other dinosaur are these very large excavations all around the base of the brain case that actually overlap smaller little excavations. This is where air sacs, such as we see around the brain case of birds, are coming in and surrounding this
Pretty
part
cool.
of the skull. This might have been used for cooling. It might have been for lightening the head. We don't know why in this particular animal, but they're very distinctive.
These air sacs weren't the only feature Falcarius had in common with birds.
Yeah, it's a very birdy dinosaur, but we're not here to talk about its bird-likeness. We're here to talk about its plant-eatingness, which we've already really... Yeah, we've discussed this pretty well. Anyway. Good stuff. Good stuff. Chat, I hope you have a better appreciation now for plant-eating dinosaurs and all the multiple times that they evolved. You've got the origin of probably 7 or 8 different groups of plant-eating dinosaurs throughout the Mesozoic. Honestly, probably more. I'm sure there are more out there. There's going to be more weird groups of theropods that evolved to eat plants. So happy belated World Vegetarian Day. And, thanks for watching. With that being said, let's wrap this up. And, there's a skull of decidedly a meat-eating dinosaur, not a plant-eating dinosaur. I don't have an herbivorous dinosaur to run our credits over. So this will have to do for now. Lovely Deinonychus there. Don't go away just yet, everybody. We're going to raid into somebody else doing some science. We are going to go say hello to Science Streams. There we go. I'm going to be streaming, by the way, with Science Streams, with Balint from Science Streams on Thursday. Going to be practicing some scientist interviews for when I interview other paleontologists on this channel. Going to start doing that, hopefully, about once a week. Anyway, everybody, thank you so much. Everybody whose names are appearing in the chat right now, whether you got gifted a sub, whether you gifted a sub, whether you cheered with bits, or followed, or rated, whether you just lurked, or asked questions, or moderated, or whatever you did, thank you for being here today. I appreciate you. We are going to go hang... Look at all these wonderful raids today. That was great. Goodbye, and thanks for all the plants. Thank you, Fall Machine, for everything you do. Appreciate you. Let's go see what Balint is up to over at Science Streams. And tomorrow we're talking dinosaur architecture. What does that mean? You'll have to tune in tomorrow to find out. Till then, everybody, you take care of yourselves. I'll see you around. Let's go see what Balint's up to. Bye-bye.